All right, folks, we are live. All right, just to give you guys an update for today's video, I actually have two videos going, one on YouTube and one on Facebook. But you might want to have to bear with me for a moment because this is the first time I've ever done Facebook Live. So I don't even know if this is going to work. But first time hosting Facebook Live. And I am going to kind of bounce between the two computers. Sorry if that becomes annoying, guys. Man, if we're being honest, I don't know how many viewers, if any, I'm going to get on Facebook. So I'm probably going to spend a bulk of the time looking at this computer on YouTube. So it probably won't affect the YouTube viewers that much, but you guys over on Facebook, maybe so. I'm just going to wait a couple extra moments to let some folks come in before we get started. My buddy BBA, he sent me a message. He's like, you know what? In essence, he's like, you know what? I'm kind of concerned about you because even though you only drink once a week, it could start to become a problem. And what I've got here, what is today's drink of choice? Admiral Nelson's cherry spiced rum. Yeah. I kind of feel like I am going to need a lot of chasers for this drink today. 60 proof. I mean, considering that the tequila that I had a couple weeks ago almost killed me. That was 80 proof. Shoot, who knows how bad the 60 proof is going to do for today. But I do got my jungle juice, so. And BBA was worried that I might have a drinking problem. I'm like, shoot, guys. When you're chasing a alcoholic drink with another alcoholic drink, I think it's time to finally take action, right? Oh God, that is strong. Oh man, the cherry flavor though, it's really pops, but whew. So I wrote a card of a few items that I wanted to talk about today. Literally only 3 items on this list. 4 if you include talking about what's up with my new wrestling line. And the thing about the new LJN line that I'm trying to create, got some messages. Hold on, guys. Fun choice of drink. Hey, baby, thanks, buddy. Hey, Rick, what's happening, man? You know what, Rick? Yeah, let me sidetrack and answer that. I could be doing a whole lot better. One of the hot topics of discussion today, guys, was the pool. After months and months of going through this process, battling back and forth with kayak pools, then switching over to Blue World pools, about a month and a half, 2 months ago is when I signed up with Blue World. And today they finally had the installers come in to install the pool. But this is Louisville, Kentucky. And I want to find someone who lives in Seattle, who's from Seattle, because I want to have a back and forth argument with that person because, Seattle is supposed to be one of those cities that is notorious for having nothing but rain. I want them to live in Louisville, Kentucky for just a week and see if they got that same complaints living in Seattle, Washington, because this is insane. I love Louisville. I do. Absolutely love my house. I mean, it is a dream home after all, but this city, 75% of the time, it's nothing but rain. Given, I love rain. It's very soothing. I love listening to the rain trickle on the roof. I love thunderstorms, especially at night when I'm sleeping. That's very relaxing. That's very comforting to me. So I have nothing against rainstorms or rain in general. However, when you live in an area that 75% of the time all it does is rain, when it rains 7 days a week, 365, and some of those days are major rainstorms, you really can't accomplish much. You can't even go out and mow the grass, right? So it's frustrating. And so today we had the installers for the pool. Awesome. But it's half done. Probably even less than half. I don't know. But oh God, that's hard. That's tough. I gotta slow down. That was my issue with the tequila a couple weeks ago. I was just downing that crap like crazy. And for like a 2.5 hour show, oh God. You wonder why I was passed out the last 45 minutes of that live stream. No, but oh wow, yeah, I'm really feeling it already. We're like what, 5 minutes in? Crazy. Hey, I don't know if anybody's on the Facebook Live yet, so I don't see any messages or anything. If you guys do message on Facebook, I'm gonna be batting back and forth. So if you leave a message, I will see it. I will respond. All right. Hey, John, what's up, buddy? All right, so back to the pool. Excited. Finally, I'm going to get my darn pool in the backyard. And you guys seen my videos, pictures. I mean, I have a huge backyard. And you would think perfect open space for a swimming pool, whether it's rectangular, circle, whatever. There's a huge open space of land to put that pool. But when you see the amount of space that they literally dug up the entire backyard. Think about it as ESPN. And you're watching like these dirt bike racing, right? And you think about all of the divots and the jumps that the bikers have to make. It's just this big open field of dirt, and it's just that's what my yard has become. And I have to ask myself, did I make a mistake? Is my dream of owning my own swimming pool that important to the point where I potentially could have destroyed my house, destroyed the property value? Maybe. So I took a few different videos, short clips, anywhere between 2 to maybe 5 minutes. So all in all, 4 or 5 videos I made are probably like 10 or 11 minutes worth of video, but kind of showing the yard. Hey, John. Man, sorry to hear that, buddy. Going to midnight. Man, I'm glad I'm retired though. I'm retired and I'm self-employed ish. If you call reselling you could call reselling a sort of side business. I mean, I still have to go through the hustle of acquisitions and storage and listing items and so all of that. So yeah, basically any type of warehouse job, that's basically what reselling is, right? So you haven't tracked down these lost items of nostalgia and things that would otherwise end up in the landfill, and you're bringing them back to the world so that people who may not have known about this stuff, or people who probably haven't seen this stuff in forever, have the opportunity to add it to our collections or relive those memories. So reselling, it serves its purpose, but I'm also a massive buyer, right? So when I look at resellers and I see how they overprice things, as a reseller, it hurts. As a reseller, as a buyer from resellers, it hurts. But anyone that sells, I think, has the same sort of opinion, right? When you're buying something, it's like crazy expensive. But when you're selling something, you get nothing out of it. So it's kind of crazy. It's not working. It's fun. That's good, bud. Hey, John, what do they always say? if you love what you do, it'll never be work. That was kind of like how I felt with Mantech back in Afghanistan in 2011 through 2014. It was a dream job. You know, pay was like mind blowing, right? The job itself wasn't bad. You know, you were still supporting the SF and you were still doing logistics. It was a great position. And when I moved out of Herat and I moved to Shindan, the thing was they wanted to have one of the logisticians in Herat move to Shindan so that they had a full-time logistician down there. And I volunteered to go to Shindan because I'd already gone down there, had already done my inventory, you know, just created storage locations and everything, did a whole lot of turn in. So I'm like, you know what? The girl that I was with in Herat, she had already been in Herat for a couple months. You know, all the stuff I did in Shindan, she had already done in Herat. So I'm like, that was kind of like her baby. So I kind of didn't want to take that away from her. But Herat, Camp Lawton in Herat, Afghanistan was a dream location. But going to Shindan, I mean, it was his own little honey hole. So I love that job. And to me, it wasn't really work. Not until we got like a new site lead. And then all of a sudden, we weren't just taking on the jobs of the SF. We were taking on Big Army too, which wasn't part of the contract. So they were doing way more than they had to. So we went from like supporting like 5 trucks, let's say 5 MRAPs to like 30 MRAPs overnight. And that doesn't even include your MATVs, your RG31s, your RG33s, etc. So, oh man, that job was a dream. But over time, the workload, I was pulling 18-hour work days from time to time. And it wasn't unheard of to see an average 12-hour workday become a 14 to 16-hour workday on most days. But once upon a time, it was awesome, right? But hey, what's up, Bummer? What you doing, bud? Momo. Hey, that's for you, buddy. Hey, Mo, you know what? I completely forgot that you and I shared a February birthday. And a few months back when I kind of saw the notification, I'm like, damn, me and Mo, we really do. How about that? It's just one of those memories that you just don't think about until it actually comes up. And I'm like, oh, there it is. Oh, man. I got some new WWE figures, Ultimates of Razor, Ramon, Stone Cold, Roman, Seth Rollins. I just got PWD, Knuckles, Crunchers. You know, I don't collect knuckle crunchers. I think I've heard of those, but off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you what they even look like, but they're not a line that I collect myself. Mostly because when it comes to like A&E stuff, you know, that's not my era of wrestling. When I think about stuff that I'm interested, it really does cater to the 80s and 90s. But as far as a collector, Hasbro and Galoob, that's where I stopped, right? So when you start getting into original San Francisco from WCW, when you start getting into Jakks Pacific later on in the 90s, in the 2000s, when you get to Mattel and whatnot, all these TNA, AEW type of stuff, I buy them because they're part of the wrestling collection, but at the same time, they don't really do it for me. I want the stuff that I kind of grew up with as a kid, and some of these other lines that I didn't have as a kid, but are probably mean the world to me today. Things like LJN, things like Remco, right? So, and that's why today Hasbro will always be number one favorite. LJN barely point percentages behind Hasbro, but as a collector, LJN's been my favorite. I think I still have original San Francisco ever since I started collecting line as number 3 favorite, but yeah, I got to put this drink down. I got to kind of force myself not to take another sip because I don't want to get too hammered too soon. because look, I got 2 streams going, guys. And I don't want it to be like 2 weeks ago where I end up passing out and you guys just watch me like for the last 50 minutes of the video. I actually went back and I told you guys, I went back and I watched that video the next day, that second video, part 2, because my stupid live stream dicked out and about an hour plus in, and I had to come back and make another live stream, a few seconds after. And that one ran another hour and a half. And so I watched that second live stream because I was way too freaking drunk. I couldn't remember anything from it. About 50 minutes in, I pass out my chair and I'm sitting there for like 10 minutes just watching myself. Oh, let me fast forward this. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. I'm like, dude, did you ever wake up? Like, I don't think I even woke up until my wife came to get me afterwards. What do I say? That was a good drinking day, though. That was a fun day. Hey, baby, what's up, buddy? Yeah, man, I know you work on Saturdays. I mean, I really wanted to change my days, or at least add more than one live stream per week, where Saturdays it's still my main live stream day, because this is the one day of the week I really look forward to, talking with you guys. But I want to probably expand it, maybe do Wednesday nights or Thursday nights, but it all depends on the viewers. Are you guys available to watch it, basically? So I gotta catch some Z's. Check it. Hey, John. Hey, I really do appreciate you checking in, buddy. Get some new clothes from Ralph's. Ralph's Peace Out. I never heard of them. At first, I saw Ralph. I'm like, okay, Ralph Lauren, yeah. And then Peace Out. I'm like, well, that's different. But John, thanks for checking in, buddy. Hey, I don't know how Facebook Live works, but I assume that the whole live stream is going to be saved. And if it does, you guys can watch this video on YouTube. You guys can watch this video on Facebook Live. But in the future, oh yeah, I am going to go all out. I am so crazy that I'm probably going to have 3 setups: Facebook, YouTube, TikTok. I don't really use TikTok, but I gotta get my name out there, my voice out there. I gotta make people a little bit more familiar with me as a person, right? So thanks, John. Cheers, brother. Oh man, I got such a poor memory that I completely forgot where I left off. So, Rick, I think you're asking about my day, and I kind of went on all these tangents. Sorry, buddy. So today we had the pool installation, and like I said, I have regrets. Like I had this big, open, beautiful backyard. Beautiful land, right? Had a beautiful stream in the backyard. It's fantastic. But the guys came in with their bulldozer, started dig. Like, this is supposed to be an above ground pool. Given when I was going through kayak pools, the idea was that I'd have this rectangular shaped pool, this 32 by 16 pool, this 6 feet deep in-ground pool. So yes, I understand that the yard was going to get dug up then. But when I switched to Blue World pools, because of the yard, I wanted the biggest pool they had, which was 27 feet. But because of the yard size, I'm like, you know what, the fence, I got to go with the 24 footer. Yeah, it's only I lost the 3 feet, not a huge deal. But it's a circular pool, right? It's supposed to be an above ground pool. So I'm like, okay, above ground. We throw it on top of the grass, we're good. I thought they were gonna circle out this area, maybe lay down some pesticides or something to kill the grass, so nothing ever grows it anymore, right? Because that's where the pool is gonna be laid. But I go out there a few hours later, and that entire backyard is just dug up. I'm like, what are you guys doing? Oh man, I'm like, I couldn't be mad because guys, you're installing my pool, right? What am I gonna do? Yell at the dudes? No. Oh, one guy, and a bunch of younger kids, not teenagers, and they're probably like 19 to 25, somewhere around there, young guys. So they did good work though. But like I said, I don't know if I should take pictures, put it on my YouTube community page. But if you see that backyard now, it's destroyed. All the green grass, it's like non-existent anymore. All you see is mud. And because all it does is in Louisville is rain, a few hours in, here comes the rainstorm. And there really wasn't much they could do. Oh, man. My neighbor. Oh, God. My poor neighbor, Gene. Feels he's in the process of selling his house. He and his wife have already moved. And the bulldozer got stuck in the mud. Yeah, I think it died out. So they needed to recharge the bulldozer. Cool. I got some cables, right? Jumper cables. And I'm like, I could have taken my SUV, pulled it up, and they could have charged it from there. No biggie. But I think he wanted to use his truck, more power. Okay. No. I thought he was going to drop his trailer and just drive the truck off and, charge it from there. No, man, he brought the entire trailer down my driveway, and he was like all the way over on the other side, on Gene's side of his property. Absolutely destroyed this middle section, middle grass area that's kind of separates our two driveways. Gene comes out, he starts screaming. I'm like, oh shit, what the hell? I'm freaking like, what the hell just happened? Like, I'm thinking he ran into the house or something, like crashed into a house or, my house, his house. I don't know. But no, he dug out like this big, huge pile of dirt into the middle section. I'm like, you know what? Gene's trying to sell this home, even though that middle area is like both ours at the same time. I don't want that to be destroyed either, right? So. And of course, Jane, he always goes out and he like lays down all of this new gravel and stuff. So he always repaves his driveway. I'm like, I don't do that. I don't repave my driveway. It is what it is. But no, he definitely takes care of that darn thing. And he's got this big old truck, this huge giant trailer that he's trying to drink. I'm like, there's only so much space in the back. I mean, you guys see my videos, right? So how much there's about enough space in that driveway area. Once you get to the behind the house where you could park 2, maybe 3 cars. But we came down with this enormous trailer. I'm like, dude, no. And then when he was backing up onto the neighbors across the. Oh my God! I'm like, those guys are gonna come out. They're gonna bitch me out too. This wasn't good at all. So. Right now, the work is half done. Like I said, it looks like a freaking mosh pit. It looks like you want to throw some pigs in there and just let them go at it. Just have fun, not messing around in a little pigsty, pig pen, whatever. That's basically what it is right now. So, how deep will the pool be? How's your own action figure going? Are you going to sell those? Hey, BB, someone asked BB first. So I think Blue World pools, they're not deep at all. They're like 4 feet deep. And this is the issue. I also regret going through Blue World pools for this reason. They've done great. I mean, they're actually installing my pool, unlike kayak pools. But kayak pools, with all the stuff that they were offering, a deck, which I didn't even think about that. And I am stupid as hell. And this is how stupid I am. They were offering LED lights, basically all of these attributes, chairs, just the works. And for them to do the installation and everything, to build a retaining wall, you're looking at like $65,000, something like that, some crazy number. But because they said, you know what, we can't do an in-ground pool. I think they're worried about like sewers or sewer lines or whatnot, piping. So I'm like, okay, can you do it above ground? They still didn't want to do it, even above ground. So they dropped the price from like 65,000 to like 50,000. Then it came down to like 40,000, 45, somewhere around there. Then they even came all the way down to $29,000. 29 grand. Blue World pools, I paid them off. They're about 23,000, I think, for their circular pool. I don't want a circular pool. I wanted a rectangular pool. I wanted to be Michael Phelps out there, right? I wanted to swim laps, deep one end to the other and back. That I wanted it more for exercise more than anything else. It's a hot August day. You want to cool off, jump in the pool. I want it for exercise, right? I mean, I've been doing really well over these last 10 or so months, and this was just going to help me even further. So, but they didn't want to do the installation, right? So here is the issue. I'm like, you know what, you guys said you could do all of this, and they didn't follow through. Damn, my drink is gone. So I ended up getting my deposit refunded, sent it to me by check, whatever. And I went to another company, Blue World Pools. Blue World Pools is a very renowned company. It's not like they're this flyby company that, you're not sure about them. They've been in business for a few decades, tens of thousands of pools installed, right? So you guys know what to expect with this particular company. So the inline that I bought, 24-footer, circular, it is what it is. When the guy came to our house to talk to us, the seller, whatever, I'm like, look, I don't even care what the price is. I don't care the fact that it's a circular pool. I just want a pool in our backyard. I want something where we can actually go swimming. Okay. And I want this done before the summer's over. And so I could still enjoy it. And that was the issue. Kayak pools, they wanted us to do a self-install. God, I'm drunk already. Holy crap. I'm kind of looking at the screen and like everything is blurry already. Holy crap. Yeah, this cherry spice rum really did it. So I'm going to try and lay off that for a little bit because this live stream might go an hour and a half. Hell, last week our live stream went 3.5 hours. I have never in my life done a 3.5 hour live stream. The longest live stream I ever did previous was like what, an hour 42 minutes, something like that. And I'm like, 3.5 hours. That's freaking nuts. But I love the Saturday live streams. I love talking to you guys. I love communication. So there's that. I also want to I'm probably going to go back and forth between this because I don't want to spend too much time on one subject. I want to answer John's question as well. How's your action figure going? And am I going to sell those? Yes. Yes, I do plan on selling them now. For those on Facebook that don't know, I have been working with Sin Bodhi, who is a professional WWE wrestler, but he is also one of the best LJN customizers on the planet. And I've gone through him for numerous figures in the past. I have a Freddy Krueger and a couple of sets of Killer Bees, one with mask and, just trunks, and one with jacket with the head sculpts and everything. So uh, there's those 5 figures. And was there anything else? I thought there was something else that I bought from him before then, but right off the top of my head, those was the only thing I could think of. But so I bought those figures, and I also got a black card LJN of Bret Hart. Now, obviously, Bret Hart never existed on LJN black card, right? But you look on Google, and there it is. So I'm like, you know what? This is fine. This is a nice design and everything. Because it was going to be carded, he like, you know what? Let's get it resin. That way, it's less light. It's lightweight. I'm like, works for me. But technically, I would have liked the rubber figure. But I mean, I got plenty. Like, I got probably half a dozen Hart Foundation figures, customs and original. So it doesn't really matter if I get resin or rubber. So I got that, and I also got my first me figure in my military getup. The issue with that particular figure, it's me with long hair and facial hair and everything, which is against the UCMJ, right? So I couldn't really, if I were to actually make that a legitimate fit, but then again, Corporal Kirchner has a beard. Again, against the UCMJ, not appropriate for an Army soldier to have facial hair like that. But irrelevant. This is for fun. This is for me, for my personal collection. And I got the figure in. It was resin. I paid for the rubber, but there was miscommunication, and I got a rubber Bret Hart, and I got a rubber me figure. I'm like, who doesn't want to be LJN, right? So I reached out back to Sin, let him know, hey, I paid for rubber. He's like, okay, no worries. I'll resend this figure. Just, pay the difference, obviously. And I've already paid for the figures. I'm going to get a second copy of myself. Instead of AC uniform, I'm going to get BDU uniform. And I was working on individual series. Like me is series 1. Series 2 was going to be me and a 2-pack with me and Bone Breaking Action. Series 3 was going to be a me and New 80s Revolution grudge match tag team set, right? So it was for fun. It was a personal collection type of deal. It's not something that I was actually planning on reselling. That was never even crossed my mind. I could backtrack a little bit. Ever since I got into collecting, maybe selling my own figures actually was kind of a dream ever since I got into this hobby. So it was still something I thought about, but not anything that I really took seriously. What was it, last year, I think? Yeah, I think in 2024, I had this beef with New 80s Revolution, which was perfect. Not because I had any issues with him directly, but because it kind of fit the mold of what I needed. One of my friends, he was mentioning that New 80s Revolution kind of wanted to have this sort of, beef match or something with him, right? And kind of have and he recommended, no, let's have it like a physical, boxing match or something. And I'm like, yeah, I don't need all that. You don't want to do the whole, grudge type thing. That sounds like fun. I think that's brilliant. For our marketing purposes, that's clever. You guys know I want to be different from these other guys. Latuni, who has my highest support, who I support the most. I think what they're doing, I think what Ahmad is doing with his figures are brilliant. Yeah, you're getting a ton of Macho Man figures, but his stuff is amazing. And now that I know why he's replicating so many Macho Man figures, I can live with it. And it's not just Macho Man. It's It's Legion of Doom. It's Andre the Giant. It's Inoki. It's Ric Flair. Okay, he's got Demolition coming out. So he's got all of all these characters that he's signing to contracts and bringing back to life for nostalgia for the fans of the '80s who grew up with those figures. So when I looked at what I had, I'm like, I am having so much fun with this. And I want this to be a legitimate business. I don't want this to be just something I have for my personal collection, something I show off to the viewers as, hey, here's this amazing figure I got. Check out Sin Bodhi. He's this brilliant customizer. If you need any figures, reach out to him. Bam, you got your own personalized figure, right? But what I want, and the more and more I talked about it, and there seemed to be a lot of interest from the community. Since I started this YouTube channel, yes, it's called Waddy's channel, but I've said it plenty to my viewers. It might be me who signs up for the channel, who's created the channel, who creates the videos, but this was never a me channel, right? This is for all of us fans, all of our collectors, all of the folks who want that nostalgia, right? This community, which is incredible. And I know it's a niche market. That's why not many of us can really have those hundreds of thousands and millions of subscribers and stuff. That sucks. I mean, could I make a bunch of Karen videos and get millions of views? Sure. And I've done that, and I've had thousands of views on those videos. It's been a huge success for me with those particular videos, but they're not the type of videos I'm interested in making. I love doing the review videos, but I also got to think about my own view count, right? And a lot of those videos don't get views anymore, so I got to move on. But I'll take that back real quick. Go back to the figure. So I did set up a GoFundMe, as you guys all know. And I wouldn't ask anything from my viewers because that's embarrassing. If we're being honest, that's embarrassing. But if, person A, person H, person Z came across my GoFundMe and they saw it and they thought it was worthwhile cause, maybe they donate a few dollars. Maybe they find my channel. Maybe they subscribe. Helps me out both ways. Amazing. Special shout out to Andrew from Mabel Toys, who got the ball rolling with his first donation. And thank you so much, Andrew. Here's to you, buddy. Now, Andrew Martin from Mabel Toys, as I said, I've talked about him a gazillion times on my channel. One of my absolute favorite sellers of Hasbro figures. But, I mean, here's the thing, though. I've talked about this, what was it, last week, week before? I don't know, man. All these damn live streams, they kind of bleed in together. But I mentioned that I just paid this off, right? The biggest expenditure a person is going to get in their life is a house. And having my house paid off, I'm over the moon. So the last thing I want to do is go another $100,000 in debt by starting a business. Because let's be honest, when you buy a house, when you buy a car, when you go into business, you say, hey, here's $50,000. Give me the keys to that car. Here's $500,000. Give me the keys to the house. No, you go through the bank. You get that loan. I just paid off my house, right? So do I want to devote you'll go to the bank and get $100,000 loan for a business that may not even succeed. And there's two problems with that. Number one, it, as I said, it may not succeed. What happens if I go to this overseas, let's say China, to manufacture the product, and I end up with 500 figures on hand and I can't sell a single one of them? Or I have 500 on hand and I only sell 300, etc. That's my concern. My concern is also lies in the fact that I got the biggest expenditure of my life out of the way, and the last thing I want to do is to go back in debt again. I mean, outside of household payments, most of my bills are pretty much gone, and that was huge. I mean, I can't tell you how much of a weight that took off my shoulders, right? So I could have taken that money and put it towards the business, or I could have used that money to pay off my house. I'm like, the house to me was a preference. And so, with that being said, did I want to use a GoFundMe? Yeah, I've heard about GoFundMe through YouTube over the last year or so, but I didn't really know much about it. Talking to a couple of folks, they're like, "Hey, why don't you use this fundraiser?" I'm like, and I mentioned it last week, right? Because I don't want to do that because I'm proud. You don't want to go ask for handouts. I can either go to a bank and have to pay the huge interest rates on that, or I can get with the community. I don't know how large this community is. I really, when I look at Facebook and Marketplace and stuff like that, all these different postings, these different Facebook groups, there's certain names that pop up. So you think, okay, maybe this group is maybe this community is 20 people. Maybe this community is a few hundred people. Maybe this community is a few thousand people at most. But there are so many of us that are collectors and are fans of the 80s and nostalgia and want to relive a lot of these memories, right? So there's got to be hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of people out there. So I pulled the trigger and I'm like, you know what? If 50,000 people can donate one single dollar, I'm like, that works for me. Here is a problem I ran into the other day. So I got the donation, my first donation, and it says, okay, if you don't set up this account by November, so-and-so date, everything's gonna be refunded. Okay. Set up payment plan. Got it. Pay you daily, weekly, or monthly. I'm like, wait a minute. I don't want to be paid at all. I want to keep this money in this account because I only want to pull the money out when it's time to make the purchases, for that mold and, for that, 500 figures. So I talked to Ahmad Latuni. I've talked to Salvatore from Rush Collectibles, etc. Right, and basically the guys that are actually in business and making these figures, they're Hasbro style figures, they're LJN style figures. They're all basically saying the same thing. A mold for one single piece is going to be anywhere between $6,000 to $12,000. And I'm like, wait a minute, what? I also talked to Net over at Random Treasures. She says for $1,000, she can make a mold, make about 20 to 25 figures. Awesome. Hey, I could pay you for that mold and you can sell my figures. That'd be awesome. All I need is a figure of me, a figure of, who I'm going up against. Let's say Bone Breaking Action. Let's say New Age Revolution. So let's say you're creating a 2-pack of me and New Age Revolution. 2 figures for me, and those same 2 figures to him because he's part of this, right? So that's a loss of 4 figures right there. So that profit is gone. Don't think about I don't think of that as me buying those figures. I think of that as already paid into. So let's say she has 20 figures and she has 16 left over. Four of them have already been used up. Well, no, because one mold would be $1,000. So that would actually be $2,000 for the two molds. So, and then I'm like, you know what? She sells them for like $130 after her 10% discount. No carding, no bubble. I don't want these to be considered customs. I want them to be considered original figures, just like Latuni, just like big rubber guys. Oh man. Oh wow. But my line would be different than those guys. Now Ahmad, Matt Cardona, etc. You know those guys from Latuni and Major Bendy's. They actually sign these wrestlers or the estate. You know their family members who sign the contracts. Like Macho Man, his family signs the contracts. I don't want to do wrestlers completely. My initial idea was let's do something different. Let's do something like what Salvatore did with the Chris Van Vliet retro figure. Let's get the YouTubers out there. Let's get the YouTubers that cover wrestling. Myself, New 80s Revolution, Bone Breaking Action, etc. Not just cover wrestling, but they make wrestling related videos. Because who doesn't want to have their own wrestling figure, right? BBA, he's come out with several amazing renditions of his figure. And of course, Sin Bodhi, the designer, he 3D sculpts, 3D prints these figures. Hey, is this what you're interested in? I'm like, there are a couple double figures that I wanted. Basically me from 2014 Halloween. There's two different poses, one with the arm a little bit lower, one with the arm a little bit higher, but the stance changes. And technically, I really like the first one better than the second one, even though the second one has the arm up higher. So I'm thinking that myself could be its own legitimate variant. Maybe the small hand with like the black jacket, red shirt. Maybe the hand up higher as a red jacket and pants with black shirt. Just simple alteration, right? The other thing the reason I consider random treasures, yeah, she sells them for 130. She's already got an established business that a lot of fans are going to gravitate towards, because I think in terms of customs, she's really the only seller that actually will actually make a profit, because even her own figures on eBay will not sell for $100+ dollars. They'll sell for like $70 and $90. But I backtrack and I say again, I want these to be legitimate figures. I don't want them to be considered customs. That's why I want to work with Latuni. That's why I want to work with Ahmad on. Let's see if he could be like, Waddy's channel exclusive on the left side of the bubble with like maybe Latuni on the right side. There are many companies that have subcontractors or sub businesses falling under their brand. So I don't mind falling under the brand of Latuni. I think working with AJ is incredible. But at the same time, I really don't have any issues with working with Net as well if the figures can be created. But she has to go through Print Fury with Kevin Pelkey, right? So maybe we got to send those designs to Kevin so that he can create them, and then Net will be able to rubberize them. So that's a lot of the issues. And so much of this thought has gone into it, right? I also said that I didn't want to sell $130 figures. I wanted them to be 50 bucks. Why? Because that's what Major Bendy's is selling them for. That's what Latuni's selling them for. Based on today's inflation rate, that's basically your cost of LJN style figures today. Even on eBay, when you're buying customs, I mean legitimate customs, right? Even when you're buying, Ram Treasure customs on eBay, what are they selling for? Ram Treasure customs on eBay, $70 to $100, whereas 130 from her main store. And I had a price in mind, $50. That's what I want to charge my buyers. I want them to get a great product for a great price. But here is the further issue. Man, there's so many things that go into this. But I'm glad I'm able to talk to you guys about it, because you guys can let me know what your opinions are in the matter. So based on what Salvatore has told me, based on what Ahmad has told me, and so on, right? And even that with Random Treasures, 100,000 or 100,000, excuse me, $1,000 for 20 to 25 figures. Okay, but then again, if you multiply that times 500 figures, then it starts making sense. When these guys are telling me $6,000 to $12,000 per mold, and that's telling me $1,000 per mold, it makes sense because it evens out. She's doing $1,000 for 20 figures. They're doing $12,000 for 500 figures, let's say. So that's where it starts to balance a little bit. How many figures can you sell on day one of release? Hey, Josh. So here is what I'm trying. This is my plan. I don't want to be these other guys that are doing pre-order, right? So I never want to do pre-order. That means I want to personally come out of pocket for all the figures. If I work with AJ and he tells me, you know what, it's $6,000 per mold, and you got to get 250 figures from that mold, and then you got to get another $6,000 for the second mold because it cracks over time, right? When you reuse it over and over again. So let's say $12,000 for 2 molds. You got to buy 500 figures. That's what they require at the factory. So I'm looking at approximately, on a low end, this is a low end, about $30,000. Now, I did the math. $50 per figure for 500 figures is only what, $25,000. So if I did $50 a pop, I would actually be taking a loss, and a huge loss at that. But I have this price in mind. I want my figures for 50 bucks. I don't want my buyers to pay a ludicrous amount of money, because that's not what I'm about. Yes, this would be a business for me. Yes, I want to make profit, but not like that. I want to make sure that people will get a reasonable price. So, do I charge $75 for them? Do I charge $100? If I did charge $100, at least people know they're getting carding and they're getting bubbles. And the figures are going to be somewhat to what you guys expect from Latuni. It's going to be something like that. Like the Macho Man figures, it's going to be in rubber form just like that. And it's going to be me. It's going to be BBA. It's going to be New Age Revolution. So I thought about it. I really wanted, my figure. I really should have grabbed my LJN, my personalized LJN. But many of you that have watched my channel, you guys already know what it looks like. I really wanted that to be the first figure, but I don't see that happening. So pre-order shenanigans. You know what, dude? You have no idea, man. We just got that stupid freaking Sandman figure from Zombie Sailors. 12 months. 12 months to get the figure. I'm like, no. That is what I am completely against that. So if person A buys the figure from me, it's on hand. Label goes on it. Bam, it goes out the same day or the next day. That's what I want. That is the sort of business I want to do. Like, I have to invest in myself, right? So I got to feel like, if this is going to sell, is it going to be worthy? So I don't think I am a marketable commodity, for lack of a better term. So I wanted me to be first, but that's not going to happen. I'm thinking, and I still got to talk to Jason about this because he's been at work the last couple of days, so I haven't been able to touch base with him, but I want his figure to go out first. Yes, I do. I am going to incorporate actual wrestlers at some point. Sin Bodhi, I want him to be part of this business. Like, not just, hey, you're designing my figures. No, I want him to be like a sort of a business partner. And I see your Zombie Sailor sucks. And dude, 100%, 100%, dude. So I want Sin Bodhi to be part of this business. I want him to be a business partner where, he designs the figures and I can give him a percentage of my sellables, because like I said, his designs are incredible. And I think with the amount of work that he's put in, he deserves it. So if you guys want your own personal figure, reach out to Sin Bodhi. Awesome freaking dude. I talked to him on the phone. From time to time, he's freaking amazing. Get on YouTube, watch some of his matches, especially his match with Boogeyman. I'm like, this is so crazy. I love this. Just the look of Sin Bodhi versus Boogeyman. I'm like, oh damn, that is so freaking unique. That is killer. And of course, Sin Bodhi's got to come out on top because damn, that I want him part of my business. I think he will be my first legitimate signing if this ever comes to fruition. But I set up the GoFundMe because, as I talked about earlier, I don't want this to be something where I got to go to the bank and, hey, can I get $100,000 loan or something? I don't want to do that because why did I pay off my house, right? I could have taken that money, put it, invested in the company. But the idea was my home is priority, first and foremost. Nothing else matters. Once the house is paid off, I can really go into investing big. Adding this pool, adding the lights and the new electrical outlets and upgrading the amperes from 100 to 2, stuff like that. I can only do because my house is paid off now. But they're all freaking crazy expensive, right? So I need to find new ways to incorporate new income into my household outside of my retirement, because I'm still 20 years, 25 years away from getting Medicare, actual unemployment, not unemployment, actual retirement pay, Medicare, Medicaid, whatever it's called. So my military retirement covers my household expenses, and that's what's up. But at some point, I am going to run out of savings, personal savings, and I'm like, the money that I got from my 401k and all that, it helps big. Because I spent over a decade working overseas and putting all this money into those accounts, building that stuff up. And I actually built that up a lot more than I ever expected. I didn't think there was enough money in there to pay off the house, but when I closed out those accounts and I saw the amount, I'm like, wow, this must have been like increasing over time, because I haven't been overseas since beginning of 2022. So all of the stuff was building up over the last 12, 13 years. Well, between 2010 to 2022. So I love talking about the Maniac Riot Wrestling action figures. So I think that's where I'm going to start is hey Josh, man, I tell you, buddy, when I was in Texas, my first contracting job was in Kuwait. And Kuwait didn't really pay that much. You're looking like $3,500 a month. But coming from being a soldier, making like $2,000 a month to going to like 3,500, I mean, you're almost double the pay. So I'm like, I was freaking living the dream back in 2010, just working in Kuwait. But that was based on like a 60-hour work week, right? 60 hours and you're making about $3,500 per month. And I'm like, still beats what I was making in the US, but at the same time, military wise, take home pay was $2,000. Okay. I was living on post. I was living in family housing. My wife and I had a house. 2-story house plus a basement, which in Texas doesn't exist with that freaking basement. But so I didn't have to pay for water. I didn't have to pay for utilities. Something breaks in the house. Guess what? Call up housing. Be like, hey, so and so stopped working, or so and so has a hole in it. One of the contractors come out, fix it. That on top of that, you got basic allowance for housing, you got basic allowance for subsistence. So it did the $3,500 I make as a contractor in Kuwait, was that comparable to what I was making as a soldier? When you actually think about all those other benefits, it was even. So I'm like, maybe I'm not making as much in Kuwait as I really thought. But all I was thinking about was that $60,000 a year in Kuwait, right? When you're going from like $24,000 a year as a soldier to like 60,000 in Kuwait, you're like, man, sign me up. It wasn't even 60; it was like 50,000. That was my contract, $50,000 a year. But I'm like, you're more than doubling what I was making as a soldier. But like I said, when you backtrack and you look at, you're not paying for housing, you're not paying for water, all that stuff, it actually balances out. If I was living off post and I was getting basic allowance for housing at the time was what, like $950 a month, $953 in Texas for Fort Hood. So it wasn't until I got my job in Afghanistan. And to think with Combat Support Associates, CSA Limited in Kuwait, the only reason I left that job in 2010 is because when I left the Army in May of 2010, we had to move out of family housing. We were basically homeless. I mean, you can laugh about it now, but at the time it was freaking scary as crap because you know what the hell was happening. But we were basically homeless. So the only option was take our 2 cars, drive back to Chicago, and we spent a couple months living with my wife's mom in Chicago. Our family didn't want to put us up. My family didn't want to put us up, so we ended up living in like the basement of her mom's apartment building, and it was like this very small room in the basement. It wasn't even part of like the basement apartment or anything like that. It was just this little off room. But me, my wife, I think we had like 5 cats at the time. We all had to live in that little room. And like, so you had to pay your dues like that. And it took a couple months for CSA to finally get everything complete where I could actually deploy to Kuwait. But we had to go downtown Chicago. We had to, I had to get fingerprinted, and get this little paper in the mail that said basically I had no criminal history or nothing pending against me, basically. But what I didn't know was you were supposed to have it notarized. Nobody told me that stuff, right? So I get to Kuwait. I'm working in Kuwait for months. And I get there in like July of 2010. And it's like October, maybe November 2010. Let's say October, towards the end of October 2010. And they tell me, you know what, this paperwork, the no criminal history paper was supposed to be notarized. You know, you could get terminated for not having this done. I'm like, well, shit. If that's the case, you know what? I'm worried about losing my job now. Get on the computer, start looking for jobs. Mantech, logistician position, apply. About a week later, I got a phone call. Or had a job interview over the phone and I talked to them. And shortly thereafter, I got a job offer. 60,000 a month or 60,000 a year, 50,000 a year, whatever it was, with CSA in Kuwait. Got a job offer for Mantech, 142,000 a year in Afghanistan. See ya. I'm out of there. I'm freaking out of there so damn. Now, I got that job offer in November of 2010. I didn't leave until like December. I was actually supposed to start with Mantech in like right around Christmas time, 2010, but because it was Christmas, they didn't want to hold off on anything, so I ended up being home in Killeen, Texas, for 6 weeks until I was able to leave to Chantilly, Virginia, to go through training at Mantech. So in October of 2010, my wife moved back to Killeen, Texas, Fort Hood, and bought our first house. But that house was, single family home, 2 stories, 3 bedrooms, 1,400 square feet. That was our house for 7+ years, and it only cost us 85 grand. I had that, and working in Afghanistan, I had that thing paid off in like 2 years. I'm like, freaking awesome. Didn't have to worry about any mortgage for 5 years. So coming out to Kentucky in December 2017, I'm like, man, I don't want to go back to paying a mortgage. But I was working for Raytheon, and Raytheon was the dream job. That is what I wanted to do. I wanted to be stateside. I wanted to have that salaried position. I wanted to be a logistician at a good, reputable company stateside. They paid for my relocation. They helped sell my house. They helped me buy my house out here. I'm like, so many benefits. They help, they pay a moving salary. They put you up in a hotel. I'm like, Raytheon is where it's at. Only lasted a year. Love the job. Nothing wrong with the job. You worked at 6:30 in the morning, but you got off at like 4 o'clock in the afternoon, right? So you had plenty of time, plenty of family time at the end of the day. You get home around 4:30, let's say, with traffic. Or if traffic is like really, really bad, maybe you get home at 5:15, but generally you get home around 4:30. Yeah, 2018, that was that. I didn't think I'd ever have to go overseas again. But I hate bills. I hate bills. I couldn't do it. I've spent all of 2010s, the majority of 2010s, working overseas. And when you go from a certain level of income to a smaller level, it's hard to give up that extra pay. And I got this beautiful brand new house, and I'm like, I don't want to have a mortgage for the next 30 years. So I went back to Afghanistan. Got into some arguments with the boss. Didn't last the whole year. Lasted like 8 months. Came home for a few months. Went back overseas again with Lockheed Martin again. I was there for about a year and a half. Got injured. Forklift decided to eat my finger basically. This one, I don't know why it is. Like after all these years, I still kind of gotta look at my fingers to see which one is the messed up one. But no, it's the left. Like we had a convoy come in and they were delivering 40-foot containers, 40-foot shipping containers. So I wasn't gonna shimmy up that truck and shimmy my way up that Connex. No, forget that. Jump on the forklift, have them lift me up. Had my hands on top of the forklift like so. That's good. Kind of like head resting on top of the front plates, whatever you call it. And once you go up on the forklift, it hits that little nudge, and you kind of like shake and you're like wobbling. So you kind of have to like resituate your feet on the forks. And instead of having my hands flat on the top of the frame, this finger was like kind of, I guess, down like so. Because when I lifted the lever and was going up again, my finger got stuck in between the pulley system. Now, luckily, I was able to rip it out immediately, but that damn forklift ate my finger. When I looked at it, it was all bleeding, everything. I'm like, my finger's gone. Scary as hell. I'm like, I can't believe I freaking did this. My finger's gone. Luckily, uh, it didn't eat my finger all the way. Like this whole part of the nail was just flapping, right? So I thought it cut the bone off and everything, but no, that didn't happen. But after all these years, there's like still no feeling in my middle finger. So basically, I came home. They forced me home. My boss, my company, Lockheed Martin, for legal purposes, they had to send you home. But I'm like, I could have still worked one handed, not a huge deal, because I was in Syria at the time in 2021. But yeah, I got sent home, and it took me like 6 months, man, for this darn thing to heal up, have my nail grow back and everything. Because at some point, the damn darn nail was like all black and disgusting looking, and then I got it. I did it again. I got stuck in the damn drawer. I got it stuck in a drawer. I closed the drawer. My finger got stuck. I'm like, oh. And the fingernail just popped off like nothing. So I'm looking at my hand. I got no fingernail. Now over time, yeah, the fingernail grew back, but it still feels weird when you touch it, right? So, oh man, but coming home in June of 2021 with that injury, I'm going to be home for a while. What the heck am I going to do to make some extra money? I decided to create an eBay account so I could start selling on that platform, because I had all of this military gear from my personal military gear. There was also military gear that I had back in like 2010, let's say 2011, when I came home on leave from Afghanistan, and my wife and I went to U-Haul or wherever they were having like these storage auctions. So we bought a couple storage lockers, and one of them was filled with military gear. So I had extra stuff from there as well, right? So, but for over 10 years, we didn't have anything. We never sold any of this stuff. It was just in a darn garage and back in Texas. But in 2021, when I created my eBay account, I need to start, if I'm going to be home, I need to clean up and I need to earn an extra income. So I created an eBay account, started selling on eBay for the first time ever, and my military stuff sold like crazy. I was so freaking fortunate to have all that good stuff because for months I was probably averaging maybe $3,000 per month just selling my military stuff. But once my military stuff ran out, well, shoot, what the heck else do I have to sell now? Well, I have all these duplicates of Hasbros and LJNs that I bought. I go out, I buy a bundle of 10 figures, 20 figures, whatever. Maybe there's one or two pieces in it that I actually need. So that's where and so that's kind of how I expanded my business over the last few years is moving away from selling military items to selling wrestling figures, vintage and modern figures, MOC and loose, mostly MOC because grapples and gimmicks, Hastel toys, well, they're both the same company. Hastel toys, grapplers, and gimmicks, and zombie sailors, heels and faces. I started buying all these extras because I felt like, you know what, the stuff was worth money because I was paying extra money on eBay for that stuff. And turns out nobody cares about that crap. I was paying up for series 1 of zombie sailors because I didn't realize that this stuff wasn't worth anything. I wasn't home when Zombie Sailors Series 1 was being pre-ordered, and so I went back, tried to buy all those pre-orders, all those Series 1 figures. Yeah, they were selling for like $120 a pop, but so I'm thinking, okay, darn, Zombie Sailors is worth money. So every time I bought Zombie Sailors, I bought 3 figures. One for my personal collection, carded, one for my loose collection, and a third one I could resell. They weren't selling for no $120 like I was paying. I'm like, damn, I really screwed the pooch on this one. So I end up now I have like a million of these zombie sailors and grapples and gimmicks because I was thinking that they were worth all this money and they're not. You gotta think about retro figures. You gotta think about Mattel Retro. They sell for about $15 a piece, right? And that's basically the value of your retro figures. Wrestle Something Wrestlers, Premier Wrestling, Cella Toys, Epic Toys, Grapplers and Gimmicks, Zombie Sailors, etc. All of these different toy lines produce these Hasbro retro style figures, but that's it. They're $15 to $20 figures at most. And I look back and I'm like, man, I paid $120 on these back in the day. I'm thinking, okay, maybe I have them on hand. Maybe they're valuable. Maybe I could sell them for $122. Get some of my money back. Years later, my shelf in the garage is stockpiled with zombie sailors and Hastel toys. And some of that stuff, I wasn't even trying to buy extra for resale. Like some of that stuff, like zombie sailor or like a Hastel toys as an example. Here's a 2-pack of grapples of the Quebecers. Here's a 2-pack of Diana and British Bulldog. Order 2 sets. MOC, one I can open for my loose collection. A couple months later, here's that email in your inbox. Get your figures now before they run out. Oh, damn, they got new figures on hand. Buy 2 sets. A couple months later, get your figures now before they run out. Oh, damn, they got new figures on hand. Gotta get them before. So I end up with like 6 damn copies of the Quebecers or 6 copies of Diana and British Bulldog. And I'm like, I don't want all this junk. You can't sell it back to Grapplers again. You can't sell it back to Zombie Sailors. So now you have all these abundance of figures and they don't sell. Like, I'm not even asking the world. If I paid $40 for this figure, I'd like to get $40. If I paid $90, I'd like to get $90. I'm not asking to pay $130 for something I paid $90 for, but that's the issue I run into. So, hey, Iris, what's up, buddy? Man, I kind of talked about it today, Irish. Just got a pool installed ish. So they dug the hole in my backyard for the pool, but because of the rainstorm, They weren't able to complete it. And at some point, I took videos of all of that stuff that was happening. So I'm going to show a picture of what my yard looks like now. It's basically an ESPN bike race thing, motorbike race thing, because there's no grass left. All it is dirt with a big giant hole in the middle of my yard. This was supposed to be an above ground pool. Why are you guys digging in the hole 8 feet deep? This pool is like 4 feet deep. That's all it is. It's a 24-foot circular pool, 4 feet deep. Like, you got to drop to your knees just to kind of, have the water come up to here. I'm like, stupid. I hate that. At least with kayak pools, they were going to give us a 6-foot pool. Maybe it's like 4 feet at this end and it goes down to 6 feet as you get further. That's what I like. I want those deep pools. Maybe you dive in or something. But I should have stuck with kayak pools. $29,000. They came down from $60,000. $29,000. I would have paid a few $1,000s for an installation. Have somebody else install the pool for me. Maybe they would have had to dug some dirt. Maybe not. I don't know. But that's the issue. Guys, can you give me a minute? I drink a lot of alcohol. I need to use the bathroom real quick. So, and I can't pause this, obviously, because it's live, but I will be back in just a moment. All right. Gotta wash my hands. Hands are clean. All right. Oh, man. All right, nothing on Facebook, so I don't know if anybody's actually tuned into the Facebook page, to be honest, but that's cool. Like I said, at some point, man, I am probably going to have Facebook, YouTube, and like TikTok all set up at one time, just to kind of see how it runs concurrently. But you got to chase the alcohol with more alcohol. Oh, damn, Matthew, you alcoholic. What are you doing? I mean, I'm pretty drunk, but not drunk enough. I can still focus a little bit, right? Doing well here is, oh man, that's what's up right there. I like that little intermingling. That's pretty awesome. At some point, guys, I gotta figure out what is it called, man? BBA mentioned to me something called Yard Stream. I think it's called. I don't know what it is. Maybe I'm too friggin' drunk to think about it afterwards, but like, he mentions Yard Stream to me, and I'm like, okay, let me check that out. At the end of the live stream, like I I'm drunk, right? I'm out of it. I don't even think about it. And in all honesty, I don't even think about it till the next week when I'm sitting down to the live stream. But at some point, I would actually like the opportunity to have, my viewers kind of like, up on the screen as well, where we all can kind of communicate together. I don't know if that works, if that's how it works or not, but I mean, it would just be like fun stuff, right? Excellent. Hey, baby, thanks, buddy. Man, I kind of looking at this card. Oh man, uh, wife wrote down patio umbrella. Yeah, she's really she's really she's really proud about that patio umbrella. So let me talk about the little patio for her. My little baby, man, I tell you, she goes out and finds the most interesting attributes to the house. So our backyard porch deck, whatever you want to call it, that was complete a few weeks ago, and she bought new chairs. They're resin chairs, but when you feel them, they feel like hardwood chairs, right? Maybe plastic, but I don't know. She says they're resin chairs. They were expensive as hell. So we had to throw away all of the old, all the old metal chairs that we had in our house, both on the deck and on the below the deck where the hot tub is. I mean, they're outdoor chairs. You think, okay, this is fine. This is for all of the this is for the weather, right? But that's not the case. Those damn things were like rusted like crazy at the bottom. So I'm like, no, we gotta get rid of this. This is junk. Like when it comes to my house, I want to have nice stuff in the home. So we need to get rid of all those chairs. My next door neighbor today, he gave me a nice wicker chair. So I have that right set up next to my lawn chair downstairs, right next to the hot tub. But on the upstairs patio deck that we had redone, we obviously had the table, and then she bought the brand new the four chairs. She also bought this beautiful umbrella. I think you see it on Facebook or something. You open that, you wind that thing up. That thing takes up like almost the entire deck. That is how far that wingspan is on that darn umbrella. I'm like, this is amazing. It wasn't that bad to set up either, and the amount of coverage and protection from the sun. Hey, I'm not being paid for it, but I will still promote it because if you guys get the opportunity, that is a freaking amazing purchase. And I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys probably seen it on Facebook or something because I think that's where my wife bought hers from. She may have bought it off of Amazon, but I see that same thing on Facebook all the time. This evening, a few hours ago, I decided to go sit in the hot tub because I don't know, I just felt like it. I was burning up, which if you're burning up, you probably shouldn't sit in a hot area, but yeah, I wanted to go sit in the hot tub. But it was like pouring rain outside. I'm like, my wife, she went outside, she opened up the umbrella for me, but damn. One of the installers, when they redid our deck, they left these little gaps between the wood, so that the stuff would drain, evenly, and it wouldn't create this, it wouldn't destroy the wood basically. Because the last time, the wood was starting to deteriorate, and you could point your finger through it, and so they're like, you put little small gaps in between the wood and allows the water to flow through to the bottom so it doesn't build up. I'm like, okay, makes sense. But I'm sitting outside in the hot tub with the damn rain pouring down, and that was annoying the heck out of me. I could only be out there for like 30 minutes, 20, 30 minutes. But we had my neighbor also gave me that wooden TV. 1980s TV with the wooden panel. It's got the little built-in drawers at the bottom. I'm like, yes. And I was able to push that sucker up against the back wall in my garage where I have the new where I have the pegboards on the back wall, right? And I'm starting to set up like all of these grapples and gimmicks. If you guys saw my video, you know what I'm talking about. And I don't have to take down any of the pegs. I don't have to take down any of the hangers or anything. So it actually fits right below it. So it's beautiful. So I'm like, this is freaking awesome. All I gotta do now is get myself a DVD player, get myself a CD player, a VCR, maybe a Nintendo or something. Maybe add a super. I got a FC Twin upstairs, my first floor. Well, one of my first floor living rooms. And I don't want to do that for downstairs. I want a legitimate Nintendo system. I want its own system by itself. I want the Super Nintendo its own system by itself. I still have a Super Nintendo by itself, which is awesome. So it's going to be great when you're working out and you have actual TV to watch. So that's why I want the VCR. Where the heck is my... I lost my... Oh, there it is. I lost my shot glass. So the one thing I will admit, this Admiral Nelson's cherry spice rum, the cherry flavor is very predominant. Okay, you notice that immediately, but it's 60 proof, not as strong as the 80 proof tequila I've been drinking, but I don't want to say messed up, but like I have some thought left in me. But a couple more of these, I think I'm going to be out of it. Are we seriously at... How are we at an hour and a half? Why do my live streams go by so fast? Like, I love doing live streams, but like I try to keep my live streams like an hour and a half long at max. And usually I want my live stream to be like an hour. But these suckers go by so fast. So I wonder why I sit up here for like 3.5 hours last week. Ooh. Oh, that's rough. Gotta chase the alcohol with more alcohol. I know, Matthew, you alcoholic. Not quite yet. I think it's still be a long while before I consider myself there, but I don't know. If you drink once a week, is that considered alcoholism? I'm asking for a friend. No, seriously though. Oh wow, damn, that's I can't read that. Hook up a Nintendo. The flavored alcohols are like fat-free foods. They're sticky, both with extra sugar too. You know, I talked about it last week, and I'll probably mention it again this week because why not? At one point, my fat body. This is why I love deploying too, because when you're on deployment during your off time, you spend a lot of time working out, so you can really get yourself in good shape. But you can work out for like every single day for like 3 months straight, 4 months straight, whatever, and have like these killer abs, be strong, and health is just perfect, right? But then you come home on vacation, or let's say you lose a job, you resign, whatever, you come home afterwards. You spent months building up your strength and health in Afghanistan, Syria, wherever you're at. Excuse me. It only takes like 30 days being home to destroy that. Like I could be at 175 pounds. I deployed to Iraq, worked my butt off for months, 2.5 hours a day, every single day for like 4 months straight. Have the most dominating six pack in the world. Be a lot stronger than what you're used to. Just fantastic. And then you come home afterwards. In 30 days, you go from like 145 to like 180. And I'm not even exaggerating. It's like, damn. Because why? I mean, you're home with the wife. You know, you're eating a lot. You're sitting down. You're watching TV a lot, and it kills your momentum. I enjoy deploying a lot because not only for pay, not only because I like the job and I've been accustomed to deploying overseas, but because I get the opportunity to work out a lot. Being home, you're lazy. At least for me, I can't speak for others. I can only speak for myself. But I'm lazy when I'm home. Last thing I want to do is go down to my personal, and I have my own person. That's the thing. I have my own personal gym. I have a treadmill. I have the elliptical machine. I have an ab machine. I have a punching bag down there. What else do I have? Some calf machines. I got a bike machine. So basically, the most important pieces that you need, bench press, etc. Free weights, everything you need. I have in my personal basement for my personal gym. But when you're home, you don't want to work out. You want to watch TV, you want to spend time with your wife, and that's just time spent away from her. So you put on a lot of freaking weight. At one point, I got to like 220. I'm like, God damn, how is this even possible? For me, at my size, 175 is considered huge. I got like 220 pounds. I'm like, nah, this isn't good at all. This is unhealthy. This is I gotta look myself in the mirror. I'm like, that's disgusting. I gross myself out. Stamina, energy is just not there. I'm like, so you gotta start working out, man. And these last 10 months, I mean, you guys watch my videos. You know the difference that you see on screen. Being 220, where I'm at now, huge difference. Energy is there, strength is there, motivation is there because I can actually get up and do stuff right. But I miss being deployed for that purpose. Having that free time. Any of your off time, you're basically working out because you're not really watching TV or anything like that. You don't have cable or anything, so. But my wife, she's on a very similar plan as I am, so she's probably lost a good 10 pounds or close to it in the last couple of weeks. So she's kind of doing the same thing I'm doing, and we're seeing huge differences. So I'm hoping within the next 6 months for myself to be at the weight that I'm happy with. Around 140, 145. I know most adult males are like 6 feet, 200 pounds, right? But I'm 5'7". I'm short. With boots, I'm maybe 5'8", 5'9", but so 145 pounds is a good range for me. But I'm getting so freaking close. Like I literally went from here to here in about 10 months. And I'm still having my weekly alcohol intake, and things are working out perfectly for me. So, and to you guys on Facebook, I'm sorry I'm not paying that much attention on this side of the screen. Uh, Only because I know all of my comments are coming from the YouTube side, and not the Facebook side. So I'm kind of focusing more on this end than this end. So if that makes sense. So when you're watching my video on Facebook, you might be like, hey, why aren't you looking at us? Sorry. I'll try to do better next time. But if we're being honest, I'd rather have people tuned into my YouTube side. But oh man, I got a few extra subscribers recently, and I topped 900 subs. That is freaking incredible. Oh my God. For those out there, I don't know if you have, wives, brothers, sisters, but if you can get them to subscribe to my account, even if they have no interest in watching my channel, just getting me to 1,000 subs, I mean, that's going to get me monetized, and that's going to be huge. So if not, do what you do, keep tuning in and, corresponding with me. Either way, I'm still appreciative. So what's kind of demoralizing, as I talked about in the past, is you might get like 899 subs, and then you look back the next day and it's like 895. I was like, well, damn. Did I say something in one of my videos you guys didn't like? Did I post something on the community notes that somebody didn't like? I don't know. Because I've been trying to post a lot of like memes and funny jokes and stuff like that. And I post them on my YouTube community page, and I also post them on my Facebook page as well. And maybe I post something that somebody didn't like or didn't appreciate. Like there's a lot of hate for like Donald Trump, for example. Like, oh my God. When it comes to the big Don, this is what I say about that. And I'm not going political or anything. I just have one thing to say. There was this video my wife and I watched the other day on YouTube. And it really bothered me. So somebody took a picture of Donald Trump's hands, and I guess they were like extra venous or something. So there was this woman who made this video about it's only a matter of time now, or we're very close, or something to that effect. Because it's like the venous in the legs or something, it stretches up to the heart, and if the heart's, and obviously it's, helps the heartbeat or whatnot. And if you got, I don't know how she described it, some kind of nurse type of stuff or something, I don't know. But she basically made it sound like, Donald Trump was dying. And it's only a matter of time now. I'm like, you are a freaking horrible human being. This man is not going out killing people, okay? He is not a freaking terrorist. He is not Hitler or Stalin. It doesn't matter if you like his politics or not. It's irrelevant. The fact that someone out there is legitimately going out there and wishing upon a person's death, that to me, that sickens me. If this person right here went out and killed 14 people for a hate crime, or if they're like Texas Chainsaw Massacre, they're like murdering random kids and eating their body, I don't know, whatever. That's a different story, right? But you are talking about the president of the United States. Maybe I have that military mindset where, you obey the lawful orders of the president of the United States. I don't know. I haven't been in the Army since 2010. But the point is, this is the president, and you're making comments like that. That freaking disgusts me. oh, it's only a matter of time before he dies. I'm like, are you freaking sick that you're wishing death on somebody? It doesn't mean you have to be a fan of Donald Trump. If you support the other side, that's your choice, right? But I see these videos and I'm like, it makes you sad. So, um, maybe I posted something that someone saw, not necessarily supporting Donald Trump, but maybe they saw me post a Donald Trump video or like criticize Kamala Harris or something. I don't know. And they saw that post and like, nah, man, I don't want to follow this guy because he's not in support of Kamala Harris. First off, if you've seen Kamala Harris talk, she's an imbecile. So good riddance, right? Why would you want to support someone like that? She's a freaking moron. You go back in like 2016 and I saw this meme like uh where it was Donald Trump against Hillary Clinton, right? And this was back when I was like with Lockheed Martin in my first contracting job in Afghanistan with Lockheed Martin. And the meme said something like, if you voted for her, F you, or something to that effect. And I'm like, if you think about it, this woman knowingly and intentionally sent out sensitive information that got military, CIA, and FBI agents murdered. And you would want her as your president above Donald Trump. Okay. Even in 2016, I'm like, you know what? Donald Trump, he has no governmental knowledge or background. So what the heck would he do as president, right? Then you think about it, you're like, okay, wait a minute. This man has run several successful businesses. And what is running a country other than like running a freaking business, right? So it made sense that he was actual winner of the 2016 presidential election. And you think about it, for 4 years the freaking country thrived, right? And then you look at the last 4 years, we're probably in the worst position the country's ever been in since the 1930s. So, yeah, I mean, you don't have to be a Trump fan, but you can at least acknowledge his what he's done in to support the country, right? So, and like I said, you don't have to be a you don't have to be a fan of Donald Trump. It doesn't matter. But my issue was that she was bitching and complaining about the fact that he had this sickness, whatever. Like his hands had these extra veins. I'm like, oh, it's only a matter of time now. I'm like, you freaking disgust me. How can you wish death on the president of your own country? Disgusting. Oh man. Oh, excuse me. Wow. Oh god. Sorry, don't have any new comments or anything from Facebook, so I don't know if anybody's actually watching on Facebook. So, if anyone that's watching on this side, I do apologize if you feel like I'm ignoring you. I just don't see anything coming in, so that's why I'm kind of focusing on this side. Oh man, there's a lot of comments. I'm sorry. All right, you are drunk and ranting. Not a good combination. Hey, sorry, buddy. He declared bankruptcy tons of times. What are you talking about? All those boxes of government. Stick to wrestling figures. Yeah, yeah, man. Makes sense, buddy. Hey, baby, I hear you, buddy. Just say no to it, it all goes away. Let's go, Redskins. Hey, BB, I heard you, buddy. So, I ain't too drunk. Well, shoot, yeah, I am drunk, but not too bad. I hear what you're saying, man. No apologies, buddy. I hear what you're saying. Uh, so I did want to talk about another hot topic. So, shelving, I'm gonna pass on that for now. There was this one thing that kind of irritated me, and I don't know. I kind of want to get your guys' opinion to see where you're at. So my wife and I were watching this YouTube video, and one of the situations was a mom and child went into a Walmart, right? Now the mom had a concealed and carry permit, and she had a purse set up for her loaded weapon. I guess at some point during the shopping experience, the kid had gone into the purse and pulled the trigger, I guess, and shot the mom and killed her. So, toddler shoots mom at Walmart, concealed and carry. That's the information I have. And I'm kind of curious what your guys' opinion of the matter is. Me personally, I don't have kids, as you guys know. So now I've always wanted kids. My wife was against having children. Now I've always said if we had kids, great. If we didn't, that's fine too. Not a huge deal, right? If you're a husband and you hear that your wife's just been killed in Walmart, and then you find out the situation that your child, your baby, was the reason behind it. You know, he was messing around with the purse and pulled the trigger and shot her in the head and killed her. This is the tough part, right? This is the tough topic of discussion. Knowing that this is a baby, and as a baby, they don't know what the heck's going on, right? They don't, whether they're 2 years old, 3 years old, etc. They're a baby. You would think that the mom would be paying attention to her children, be paying attention to her loaded weapon that she has in her purse. But me personally, I'm kind of having a Game of Thrones feeling in regard to this topic. Now, what does that mean? Any of you Game of Thrones fans kind of know the deal. You know, Tyrion Lannister, he is a little person, and during his birth, his mother died. So his father and his siblings, his twin siblings, they blamed him for the death of the mother, right? So I kind of feel the same way in this regard. Like if I learned that my child killed my wife, accident or not is relevant, would you ever be able to look at your child the same way? So I was looking at this video and I was watching this and I'm like, I don't know. That is such a tough choice. That is such a hard, that's such a good topic of discussion. I don't know where I would go. On one end, this is a baby. You're a freaking adult. What the hell are you doing with a loaded weapon, right? What are you doing not paying attention to the baby to make sure that this doesn't go off in your purse? And but at the same time, I'm looking at it from the other end where if I find out my wife was just killed in Walmart and find out that my baby was responsible, would I be able to look at him the same way? I don't know. Do I give him up for adoption? Like that's the question I'm kind of answering myself, asking myself. Because if my baby grows up knowing that he killed his mother, there is a high probability that that kid is going to grow up to a manhood and he's probably going to commit suicide because of that. Not a guarantee, but a possibility. And then I, as a father, have to look back at it like, damn, I not only lost my wife, but I lost my son too, or daughter. But I'm gonna say son for the sake of this conversation. So there's that, right? Do I not? What if? And again, this isn't for me. This is just an example, just a scenario. If I'm a father and my wife just died, do I bring my son into my embrace? Do I let him know that things are gonna be okay? I don't know. That's the tough part. So I saw this video, and like I said, my wife and I we watched it where the toddler shoots his mom at Walmart because she had a concealed and carry permit, and she had a loaded weapon in her purse. The son was just being a baby. He's being adventurous. Just kind of looking around the purse, and maybe the gun just went off. I don't know. I don't know how I would feel in that situation because I don't have kids. I really don't have a good explanation. But I feel like this is an important topic that maybe you guys with kids uh could kind of like, educate me a little bit. How do you feel about the situation? Do you feel like this is something that you can get over, or do you feel like this is something that it's too heavy to the point where when I look at this kid, all I'm going to see is the fact that he took my wife from me? That's the tough part. I've always wanted kids, right? Me personally, but at the same time, it never happened. So I'm not really one that's able to talk on the situation. But like I said, it was a heavy topic of discussion, and I wanted to bring it up because I wanted your guys' opinion to see if I'm what is the best course of action, how you guys would react. This is an open forum, right? So, guys, anyone watching wrestling? When we gonna live in a world when I have to carry up and to begin with? Sad world, everyone's scared to be in public. Stop these emergencies. Hey, Ross. I asked the same questions. Hey, VB. I hear you, buddy. Uh, so, oh man, wrestling. Let's go back to the Maniac Riot Wrestling collection, right? I hear you, VB, buddy. So, oh man, dead mom's fault. I mean, at the end of the day, Rick, that's how I would feel. But my wife and I, we've been together since high school, right? So if you think about high school, you think about the 20 years of marriage. I mean, that's been what, 22? Yeah, about 22 years that my wife and I have been together. And if I look back at it, 22 years more with my wife compared to, let's say, a year or two with my child. This is my son, man. This is my prince. This is the guy that's going to carry on my name and my legacy. I don't want to give up on that. I wouldn't want to give up on that. But how do you compare it to giving up 20 plus years that you spent with a particular person? So it would be really difficult. But I think that's pretty much it. I mean, the toddlers shit to the Walmart, the patio we talked about, new shelving. You guys seen the videos. You know about the new shelving that I had installed from Closets by Design, and that's been amazing because those 24-inch deep shelves, man, where I could actually load up all of my boxes for shipping. Right, so anything I have up for sale goes up in those cabinets, and on the opposite side of the wall, I took down the cages, put up little hangers, and now I got all my collections hanging up. So right now, I have on one side, this side, this side of the wall, I have got all of the grapples and gimmicks, and then I got that new wooden TV set up. I just got to get a brand new VCR. The VCR I have in my main display room, I'm not touching, right? So I'm gonna get a VCR, probably a Nintendo system set up in that on that TV. And whenever I go out there and I'm on the elliptical, treadmill, ab crunch machine, whatever, even the bike, man, I just sit there, I can watch my TV, and that's what's up. Because when you're sitting there trying to listen to music on like your YouTube on your phone, it doesn't really work for you, right? So to have an actual TV to watch, and if I could sit there, get on a treadmill, and watch like WrestleMania 1, for example. I don't know how far I made it to WrestleMania 1. I know I saw the first match with like Tito Santana versus what's his name? No, it wasn't Conquistador. Oh man, I'm forgetting his freaking name. The mask. It's WrestleMania. So Tito Santana is always in the first match. You guys know who I'm talking about. Um, I made about 45 minutes into that video, and I'm like, this is boring as heck. I mean, you guys have to basically be, 4 or 5 years old at the time watching this WrestleMania 1 to actually enjoy that. But like 45 minutes in, like I couldn't continue. Like I watched, I think it was WrestleMania 2 on my big screen TV in one of my living rooms, and it was like 2 hours long, and I watched the entire thing, and it was fine. So that's the goal. Get that VCR in there. You've got this 1980s wooden panel TV, floor TV. I'm like, this is what's up. This is what I need for 1980s fans and collectors. That wooden TV, and the fact that my neighbor gave this to me for free, that brings so much excitement. Uh, something like that would probably sell for a couple $100, probably on Facebook or Craigslist or something. But uh, But yeah, man, this live streams are should centrally be based on the collections, because that's what the channel's about, right? The channel's not about politics or anything like that. So it's not about religion or politics. All these heavy topics, but I definitely wanted to bring it up for discussion because I feel like it's important. So, Jimmy Valiant, aka the Boogie Woogie Man, you have any of his wrestling? Johnny Valiant. The only Johnny Valiant that I know of is obviously LJN. I don't think I have any legends of professional wrestling, to my knowledge. It's possible. No, I don't think so. I don't think Legend of Professional Wrestling either. Now, I do know that there are a couple of Valiant figures. I don't know if they're Johnny Valiant or if there's someone else. Who is the other Valiant? But that's something different. I think LJN is really the only one that I have, to the best of my knowledge. So I have his original figure, and I have, I think, one, maybe two customs of that particular character. But that's Johnny. That's not Jimmy. So, yeah, that I think that answers that question, right? Hey, Russ. Why wasn't the safety on the gun? Hey, Brady. I think we all can ask that same exact question. Why were you going into a Walmart with a loaded weapon? Yes, it's a concealed and carry, but was this not something that should have been on the safety? Why were you not paying attention to your child? Why were you not allowing this? Why were you allowing this kid to go through your purse that had your gun inside? That's what blew my mind about this this particular situation. So there are a lot of questions to ask, a lot of answers that probably remain unanswered, but I think I saw you had the Papa Shango figure as well. So I got several Papa Shangos. Obviously, Hasbro is the one that I covet the most. I mean, that's the one well, actually, no, Series 6. I didn't have Series 6 Hasbro as a kid. And anything past Series 4, I didn't know about. Hasbro, I had Series 4 Series 4 Bulldog, Undertaker, and Bret Hart, right? So anything past Series 4, I know about. So I do have Papa Shango Series 4 or Series 6 Hasbro. I'm pretty sure I have a Jack's Pacific Papa Shango somewhere, perhaps. I'm almost certain I do. And we probably have another Papa Shango from Grapplers and Gimmicks. So, are there any other Papa Shango figures that I have? I don't know. I think that's it. I know I have at least two. Grapplers and Gimmicks, Hasbro. Was there a Jack's Pacific Classic Superstars? I think so. So I think I said the Papa Shango. Speaking of Valiant, best LGN manager figure. Hey, baby. I would probably give either Johnny Valiant or, oh god, my mind is out of it. Johnny Valiant as number one. I'd probably put him at number two. I think Bobby Heenan would probably be the number one best manager. Now, when you look at LJNs, Bobby Heenan has the look, he has the color scheme, he has the fighting pose. So that's all things that I look forward to in an action figure, right? So I think Bobby Heenan among the managers is the best one. Maybe Johnny Valiant, if not number two, maybe number three, because Mr. Fuji potentially could be number two. Because I think Mr. Fuji has a really awesome fighting pose as well. But I don't know, man. Like it's I have the same issues with LJN that I have with Hasbro. You're looking at character that you especially ones that you covet as a fan, right? But you're also looking at color scheme, you're looking at play post, but you're also looking at price. Among the prices, Johnny Valiant among the different figures is the most expensive. Probably $40 to $50 figure for a good piece. He could potentially be up to $100 loose for a mint figure because he's a Series 5 LGN. But Bobby Heenan, I think, is an amazing piece. I think Freddie Blassie among LJNs. Freddie Blassie, I think, probably has the best fighting pose. He is very similar to that of SD Jones. And because the play pose is very similar to SD Jones, and we know SD Jones is either a number one, number two, number five best LJN figure of all time, right? So because the play pose is very similar, Freddie Blassie, maybe. But again, we go back to price. Freddie Blassie without accessory is like a $10 to $20 figure. Bobby Heenan, same thing, about a $10 to $20 figure. If he has no scrolls on the shirt, because scrolls is more common, the no scrolls variant could get you closer to $30, but from a playable standpoint, Freddie Blassie is probably going to be the number one favorite for me, with Bobby Heenan very close second. It's very tough. Harley Race. Oh, God. Harley Race, to me, is about a number 40 tops best figure. The whole hands in like so, right, is a horrific play pose. Imagine Harley Race, forget the jacket and the crown. Imagine he's just a plain figure, bare-chested, trunks, with the play pose like so. He would be a number two, number three worst LJN ever made. He'd be right behind Jimmy Snuka, possibly Rick Rude. I don't know. For the top, and he'd probably be like number three worst. But he comes with a crown accessory. That helps a lot. The built-on jacket accessory with that extra look, that's what makes him a solid figure, in my opinion. Play pose is horrific, one of the worst ever, but the overall display of the figure with the jacket and the accessory, that's what makes him probably somewhere in the top 40, top 50 best LJNs. And what's sad is when Big Rubber Guys made their own Harley Race, they made a much younger version, which was amazing. You guys see my Mark Hackenberg custom with a younger version of Harley Race, which is incredible. So if you look at, let's say, Big Rubber Guys, yes, they got a younger version of Harley Race. Great. But they kind of stuck with that same hands-in tight pose that LJN came out with, and that ruined the figure. What was great about that one is he probably has the best championship belt of any of the figures out there. So is it worthy? Is it valuable? Is it something that I would recommend to pick up? Absolutely. the LJN Harley race with championship belt is incredible. But the play pose, it's very similar to the original, and it sucks. All right. Asked weeks ago, what do you think is the best LJN accessory? Oh, best LJN accessory. So if this was Hasbro, this would be easy. It would come down to Honky Tonk Man guitar or Jake Roberts snake, right? Those would probably be the number one, number two. But as far as LJN, so a few years ago, probably around episode 50 or 60 episodes back in the day when I used to number the episodes, Waddy's channel episode 1, episode 300, episode 423, etc. It used to be easier to find those particular videos, but around episode 50 or 60, I think, I did a my favorite LJN accessories list, and I don't remember which accessory I had as number one. It would probably be Honky Tonk Man, only because Honky Tonk Man Hasbro is my number one favorite. The Jake Roberts accessory, it's not like the Hasbro, so I wouldn't put that one number two. That one would probably be much further down the list. Honky Tonk Man guitar is a fair one, but I would probably think Weapon, right? Mr. Fuji or Freddie Blasty Kane, but those would probably be like in the 10, 12 range. Could it be Harley Race Crown? Probably in the top 10, perhaps. I don't know, man. Like, I'd probably say maybe Honky Tonk Man guitar. If I had to choose, I'd say Honky Tonk Man guitar at the top right now, because Honky Tonk Man guitar number one for Hasbro, and I think it's too easy to say Honky Tonk Man guitar for LJN as well. But I don't remember that list. Like, I came up with that list like 3 years ago, so it's possible. Hey, BB, thanks, buddy. Harley Race. I asked a few weeks ago, just Honky because it's great. What about HR Crown? Maybe. Like I said, I think Harley Race is probably in the top 10, but I don't know if I'd put him at number one. Hey guys, I'm probably gonna have to take these breaks in between. I'm going to run to the bathroom again. Should only take me about a minute or so. I'll be back in just a second. dang. All right. Sorry, I didn't turn off the hallway light. Dang, how do I have so much drink left? Wow. Oh man. Sorry guys. Gotta ask what he's drinking when he comes back. So my wife makes this little jungle juice for me. I think it's like orange Gatorade or something mixed in with like not Gatorade. What's that called? V8 or something. I don't know, some kind of orange drink mixed in with like vodka and a couple other drinks. But that's like the jungle juice that she makes for me. I also got this Admiral Nelson's cherry spiced rum. Now this is actually really good. I actually like the cherry flavor of this, but it's 60 proof, right? And if that tequila 80 proof knocked me out a couple weeks ago, I'm hoping at 60 proof. I'm gonna kind of keep it off to the side. My wife, she makes fun of me because I'm like, if I'm gonna drink the rum, I need some kind of chaser. But she's got the jungle juice for me, right? And she looks at me like, dude, you're a freaking alcoholic. How are you chasing alcohol with more alcohol? But I also got my Gridlock energy drink. So, but yeah, I got a lot of the jungle juice a lot. So, shoot, man, this will probably take me another hour to knock this out right here. I think with the rum, I think I'm pretty much. I might drink some more of this later on, but I want to try to stay as focused as possible, so I can still answer questions and still talk to you guys, and not kind of like, I mean, as funny as that, as funny as that would be, but no. I think I'm over the whole concept of passing out on live streams. No, but seriously, guys, Tang and vodka looks like I was, yeah, he runs. He runs. Hey man, it's like I said, it's like vodka, and she's got a couple of different vodka drinks mixed in. There's one bottle that has like American colors to it. I'm not sure what it's called, but she either uses red juice or orange juice, not orange juice, orange V8 juice or something like that. So, oh man, I'm pretty sure she'll pop up in the comments eventually because she's got to check on me. After a couple weeks ago, yeah, my wife, my poor baby, goddamn, goddamn, she's got to check up on me every now and then now because, like, dude, last couple weeks ago, man, I'm like dead in my freaking chair, and I still got the drink in my hand. And this is a very thick, heavy glass, okay? So if I'm like sitting there, I'm like, ah, and this thing falls to the ground. This thing is thick and heavy. You're gonna hear that downstairs. So she had to come upstairs and check on me, make sure I was still alive. Oh, my poor baby. I felt bad for her. Should like pick me up on it, kind of carry me to the bedroom and stuff. Oh man. I could dig it, man. I was trying. Have a nice Sunday cocktail or two, unit 3. Maybe 4. Catch yourself on the weekend. You know, man, Ross, bud. Like I said, man, the Saturday live streams are really the only time I get the opportunity to kind of indulge. I've said it a million times. I've never been a drinker, right? More than anything, what's my argument? You guys know my argument. Shoot, man. A lot of time, I don't even have to tell you guys because I've said it so many times. You already know the deal. It's alcohol. It tastes terrible. It's expensive. It makes you sick. Impairs your judgment and your thought. I would rather have a glass of pop or milk or something over alcohol. But ever since I started doing these live streams, it's given me the opportunity to try something that I don't normally drink, right? And once you're drunk, man, it gives you this specific sensation that you're not accustomed to. So, yeah, I like that aspect as well. So, all right. Hey, Vito, what's happening, brother? Sorry, man. I don't know how long I wish it tells me how long do you ask that question because I don't want you to think I'm ignoring you, bud. Sorry. I spent more time focusing on YouTube than the Facebook side. And over time, guys, as we get more and more commenters, more and more viewers, I am pretty much going to split the two screens. But in the future, man, I could see not just dual live streams, but triple live streams. So instead of having Facebook here, YouTube here, I'm thinking TikTok right there. But I don't really use TikTok like that. I started trying making like some TikTok shorts a while ago where I was incorporating, TikTok videos and I incorporated those same shorts on my YouTube channel. But after a while, like after a couple of weeks, I kind of got tired of doing that. So people that make like TikTok videos on a daily basis, I'm like, all the power to you, man. I give you like the biggest congratulations, I guess, because I couldn't do it. Like it's so easy. I don't want to say easy, but it's easier for me to make a 30-minute regular video on YouTube, just kind of talking about, hey, this is the new figure I got in. Let me talk about it a little bit. This is the review of that particular figure. Spend 30 minutes doing that and post that video, but making a 60-second short video on a daily basis, it's not the same for me. Because normally there's so much more I want to say during a video than what I'm able to say in a short, which is only 30 to 60 seconds, right? Yeah, YouTube extended it to 3 minutes, but even then, like, hey, I got this new Grapples and Gimmicks figure in. I don't have a loose figure, so all I'm doing is just the carded figure. Here's a short video. 3 minutes. Like, you really don't have much to say in 3 minutes. Like, talk even without the loose figure, it would probably take you like 10 minutes, 12 minutes to talk about that carded figure. So trying to stretch that, pinch that into 3 minutes is a pain in the ass. Oh man, I'm on Twitter a lot, and that's how some people get a hold of me. Irish buddy, I've thought about getting on Twitter. You guys know, man, I am not the biggest social media guy. 3 years ago, when I created this YouTube channel, that was it for me. That was like the most social media I wanted to do. Before that, for a homework assignment for one of my classes, I forget which one I was on, one of my business classes, one of the assignments was to create a LinkedIn profile. Add your information, your job information onto LinkedIn. That's like the first social media I had, LinkedIn. And it was only created because it was a homework assignment. Today, I probably have hundreds, if not more. I don't know if thousands. I think hundreds, but I have probably have hundreds of LinkedIn contacts, and I haven't jumped on LinkedIn in 2 or 3 years. At the time, I was all about trying to build that up as much as humanly possible. And then in March of 2022, I opened up in February, but I didn't post my first video until March of 2022. I created my first YouTube video. So now YouTube is like my main source of social media, but I've been told, hey, create Twitter, create TikTok, create this, that, and the other, because you want to get your face, your name out there as much as possible. That way people know about you, they know about your channel, they know about your future endeavors, such as the action figures, which I'm going to talk more about because so many people over the last few weeks have been asking about that. So I definitely want to bring that up as much as possible. All right. In fact, let's dig in that right now. I know I hit up on a lot of this earlier in the live stream, but when it comes to the potential to create my own LJN figures, and it's important to me to refer to them as LJN figures and not, 80s rubber figures or anything like that, because LJN is the ones that created these 8-inch rubber masterpieces. And it's important to me to keep that shout out to the company that started it all, right? Yes, they came out with the bendies, 4-inch bendies later on. In years that followed, Just Toys. Just Toys created the WWE Bendums. They created WCW Bendums, which I have, several figures of each of those lines. There are many companies, even major bendies, have their own 4-inch figures, right? But those don't do it for me. I love the 8-inch guys. And LJN is the one that started it all. So, like, when I refer to them, I don't refer to them as 80s figures or rubber figures. No, I refer to them as LJNs for that purpose. So, when it comes to Latuni, who I think is doing the most amazing job in creating the most LJN style figures, Big Rubber Guys is solid, but their figures are also super hard. So they're not in scale particular to the original LJN line. They're, like I said, they're hard rubber. So I think Latuni's doing the best job overall. And that's why I decided to go through Ahmad and ask him, hey, could I create Maniac Riot Wrestling under the Latuni banner? It's possible. I think he is interested in the potential of that possibility, right? So earlier I was talking about pricing. Big Rubber Guys, for the most part, are doing $50 figures, and occasionally they'll raise them up to like $65. But $50 is basically the going rate for Big Rubber Guys. Latuni, $50 figures. Andre the Giant, Macho Man, Inoki, Legion of Doom, etc. So that's the price that I'm comfortable with. If you look at like what this company over here was selling these figures for, like 1989, $17+ with today's market value, yeah, that comes up to about $40, $45, $50 in today's prices. So I think $50 is fair. But one of the things I talked about very early in this program was you're going to have to buy a mold. A mold is at least a minimum of $6,000. Let's say I create a New 80s Revolution mold, 6 grand. We create 300 figures. Okay, we got to buy a minimum of 500 figures from the factory, right? So you got to create a second mold because the molds, they dissipate over time. That's $12,000 in molds. 5,000 figures, or I said 5,000, 500 figures. Let's say we charge $50 per figure. That put us at what did I say? $25,000 in profit or something like that. When it probably costs somewhere around $30,000 to $35,000 to manufacture them. So I'm like, after looking at those numbers, I'm like, wait a minute, I may not be able to do $50 figures. And I hope that's not the case because, like I said, $50, that's the price tag I want. But if I have to do $75 to $100 per figure, would my buyers still be interested? Would you guys out there be interested in getting a Matthew Watson, soldier LJN? Would you be interested in a bone breaking action LJN? Would you be interested in a Tourette's guy from the early 2000s LJN? New 80s Revolution, Jason Up, LJN. Let's go with real wrestlers. Would you be interested in a Sin Bodhi LJN? That's the question I have to ask myself. If the answer is yes, this is something you guys would go for. But the price, would you pay $100 for them? If the answer is yes, okay, great. If I end up making more than what I paid into it, that allows me to pay for the second figure, right? Maybe even the third figure, the mold, and get those figures made. So one of the things I argued is that Waddy's channel may hold my name, but this was never a channel strictly about me. This was a channel about all of us. That's why I make videos about all of these different collections. That's why I've gone out and purchased all of these different collections, because I might sit back and say, you know what, Hasbro, Galoob, that's what I grew up with. That's all that I want. But if it wasn't for this channel, I wouldn't have gone for the LJNs. And they've become right there, that close to compare it to my Hasbros. They've been my favorite list of items to collect. Remcos. I never had official Remco figures. I only had the dollar store bootleg figures, right? So if you asked me about Remco, like my mind was these dollar store bootlegs, which I was not a fan of growing up with. But today, Remco is easily in the top 5 of my favorite collectibles. Hasbro, yes. LJN, of course. Okay, let's say Remco at number 3. Let's say original San Francisco. If not number 3, let's say number 4. Or we could switch Remco and original San Francisco up. Whatever. What's number 5? LJN Bendies? Maybe. Top 10. LJN Thumb Wrestlers. Top 10. But probably not in the top 5. I didn't care about Thumb Wrestlers as a kid. But today, kind of seeing how the Thumb Wrestlers bootleg compared to original LJN, heck yeah, those things are freaking awesome. Maybe Galoob, because I had Galoob as a kid. And for most of my life, Galoob was your default number 2 favorite line. I would say Galoob would probably fall at number 5, maybe number 6 favorite toy line. Hasbro LJN, Original San Francisco, Remco, I think it would be top 4. I'd probably put Globe at number 5. So then you start getting into the 90s and early 2000s. Um, WWF Bendums, the Jack's Pacific Classic Superstars. Basically anything from Jack's Pacific. So I got a ton of other stuff that I never knew about, never cared about. Even as an adult collector, I really don't care about them, but I buy them because they're part of the Jack's Pacific line. And what do I want? I want to include my collections for the viewers. So if you are born in 1990, if you're born in 2000, 2010, I want to be able to include everything that you guys might be interested in. That's why my collection expanded so quickly. Otherwise, it would have been Hasbro Galoob, and that was it. If I just went off of what I had as a kid. But when I created this channel, no. I wanted everything. I wanted everything so that every fan from every generation could enjoy something that they had as a kid, bringing back that nostalgia. So that was important to me. That's why I've collected so many items. Why I built my collection so quickly over a 3 or 4 year span. In terms of my personal LJN Maniac Riot Wrestling, again, the title is based off of my personal initials. So I think that's awesome, right? And I'm looking at a note here. Yeah, we LJN collectors will search specific for LJN-esque wordings when buying. Maybe that's exactly what I'm talking about. I actually had 1 million LJN figures that I bought on the auction that I was reselling. But you buy something for $10, you might want to resell it for $15. You buy something for $20, you might want to sell it for $30, or just something to that effect. And it's just not just recent sales. You want to go back and look at, well, what did you pay for these items when you first started off as well, right? And I had 1 million of these LJNs up for auction, and nothing ever sold. So I sent them out to my buddy Robert Jackson, and he is going to customize. He's basically going to repaint them so that they are 100% mint. Yeah, they're going to be repainted, but it's like my Andre the Giant Series 6 LJN. It's got the original LJN stamp on the bottom of the feet, right? It's an original figure. But it had a lot of paint loss to that figure. Sent them to Robert Jackson. He repainted it, made it look as mint as possible. It's still an original LJN, just a touch up. And to me, I'd rather have that mint figure on hand than something with extreme paint loss to it, right? That's me personally. Other folks out there, no, they don't want that. They want original paint only. But my figures weren't selling, so I'm like, let me send it to Rob. Let me pay him to repaint these, and maybe this Tito Santana purple trunks that I'm trying to get $10 for. Maybe I get $20 for him now because he's repainted. Big John Stud, he had micro paint loss. I couldn't get $9, $10, $12 for him. Maybe I could get $20 for him as a repainted figure, touched up. So that's my goal. And the important thing, I think, is when you reach out to someone like a Robert Jackson, let them know, hey, I want these to be touched up for resale purposes. Because when you buy something from a collector, from a reseller, from an artist, and you buy it for, because I had a buddy, Eric Boyer, and like he custom painted an LJN figure, and someone sent him an auction. I think it was like a junkyard dog or something. and if someone auction like an offer like $20 or something, I forget what he told me, but let's say $20 for sake of argument. Okay, he sold it for $20. Junkyard dog, white pants, stars. And that person gets the figure. They get the figure. They relist it for $200 on their website. You know, they're the new owner. They're well within their ability to charge whatever they want for that particular piece. And I've always said, man, like if you buy something from me and you want to resell it, that's fine. I'm getting my profit, right? If you buy something from me for $50 and you resell it for $300, I got my profit. I got the money that I needed for my needs. But if you resell, if I buy it for 50, or if I'm listing it for 200, and let's say you offered 50 and I accepted, and then you resell it for 300, let's say, as an example, I'm not okay with that. Like it's okay for you to turn around and resell it for profit, but just don't get all of the profit. You know what I mean? If that makes sense. So at some point when Robert is complete with those set of figures, I'm gonna get those in the mail. I'm gonna relist those on my eBay account. And figures I tried asking $10 for, I might be asking $25-$30 for the figures because they're mint. They're repainted, they're touched up, but they're minty, right? So I'm gonna let my buyers know, hey, this is a touched up figure, but based on what I paid to have them repainted, corrected, I want to make sure I at least maximize my profit on those resales as possible. So, but I sent those out months and months ago. Like I said, you guys know Robert Jackson, man. I've talked about him a million times. I send that man box after box after box. Each box has like 50 figures inside. Hasbro's, LJNs, Galoobs, Mattel Retros. He does them all. He does amazing work. Awesome customizer. And I also have particular videos that I set aside for, Robert Jackson customs. So anyone that's watched my channel for a long time knows that name pretty properly. So the MRW figures themselves, though, I wanted to start with New 80s Revolution. I'm going to try to reach out to Jason and talk to him about it because the figure that I bought for him, I already bought from somebody, right? I bought my figure, I bought his figure, and I bought two sets. One set is going to me, one set is going to him when it's completed. And I wanted to reach out to him because what if we take this Simbodi custom and we send it out to Latuni and they send it out to their factory and they manufacture this figure? Me personally, I have like what, 900 subs on YouTube, so I still say I'm not very marketable. But New Age Revolution, over 5,000 subs. He has the people that have been following for 10 years or so. I think he is a marketable character. And people that watch his channel, they love him to death. I think they would spend $50 to $100 on his figure. So that's why if I do decide to make this line, when the time comes, if I'm able to get the funding, and it's not going to work without the funding. So I put up what did I put on there? Like $25,000, I think, on GoFundMe. GoFundMe has like $3,500 bare minimum, but like I put like 25 grand. And to be honest, I think I need even more than that. But if I can hit 25,000, I can just, go and dig into my savings and dish out that extra $5,000. Reason being, let's say I sell his figure for $100. Send him one figure, keep one figure for myself, of course. He will receive the figure. He'll talk about it on his channel. And 5,000 followers, I think they would spend $100 to buy his figure. So let's say if I charge $100 instead of $50, okay, let's say hypothetically I can make $50,000 on 50 figures. That would give me enough recourse, enough financial stability where I can buy a second and possibly a third mold and keep the Waddy's channel exclusives continuing to the Bone Breaking Action figure, to the Waddy figure, or even like I was talking about the Tourette's guy from the early 2000s. BBA sent me pictures of that. The design for that figure, amazing look. Okay, I don't have Tourette's guy as a signed person, right? So I don't think I could use him without getting sued. So that's kind of questionable. Unless that's like I don't know, what do you call it? Unless it's like a free market type of deal where you could use that look and it doesn't matter. But the action figures that he came up with looks freaking incredible. And whether it's Hasbro style or LGN style, I would love to create a Tourette's guy. I think people from the early 2000s who grew up watching that stuff and that comedy would enjoy that. It's not wrestling related, but it's pretty awesome, right? Sin Bodhi, get an action figure of him directly. Have my first official wrestler signed. And I've already talked about it, man. If this ever comes a legitimate business and guys like Bone Breaking Action, Sin Bodhi, maybe even Robert Jackson, I want to bring them on as, co-creators where they could design figures for me and they would receive a percentage. And that way, they're actually getting paid for their work, right? Sin Bodhi is going on. He's doing these 3D prints, amazing designs. I feel like he deserves something like that. He deserves a percentage of any profits made. But we could probably only do like one figure at a time. So I have been trying to work a little bit harder. I've been sending out a couple of different GoFundMe platforms, like on TikTok, and I posted it on Facebook as well. So I wanted to see if the public will respond and what kind of donation we can get. If we can get $20,000 or $30,000 donated, hell yeah! That $30,000 would pay for not only 500 figures, it would pay for the actual mold of the figure. Probably 2 molds, because like I said, you're going to get like 300 molds, 250 molds out of one figure, and then another 250 to 300 molds out of the second mold. So because what I'm told is it starts breaking and cracking after X amount of uses. So 500, but $100 per figure. I don't want to do that. I keep talking about it. I'm so excited every time I bring it up, but as much as I'm excited about the possibility of starting this line by myself, right? I want the price to be right for my buyers. Unlike some folks, I actually care about my buyers, and I actually care about their pockets. So I don't want them to spend the most money in the world. But I know it's probably going to cost me anywhere between 30, maybe even 30, as much as 35,000 out of pocket for those figures, because I got to get a minimum of 500 figures purchased. And if they all sell for $50 a piece, that's only $25,000 back. So that doesn't help me out any, does it? If I paid 25,000, I sold them for 25,000. I didn't earn any profit, but what's out there is Waddy's channel figures, Waddy's channel exclusives. You have no idea how important that is to me. So, as a buyer, a collector, these last few years, I've been thinking about these figures, and I'm thinking about these plans, and it's the 2-packs. I think the 2-packs are the ones that are really going to sell. When I started this, yeah, I mean, I did. Um, when I started this grudge with New Age Revolution, it was for fun. And anybody that's followed my channel, that's followed New Age Revolution channel, I don't think he at the time realized that this wasn't about hate or anything like that. It was about this right here. It was about the promotion. Boxers, they go on HBO, whatever, and then they talk about, yeah, I'm gonna beat him to oblivion, I'm gonna eat his children, etc. Some crazy stuff like that. But when my buddy, when he told me about New Age Revolution, mentioned to him like he wanted to do this squash, right? I'm like, and he wanted to do an actual boxing match. And New Age Revolution was just like, nah, I just want to do this type of fighting match. I'm like, hey man, if you don't want to do it, I'll do it. That seems like fun. And so I nitpicked a certain situation where I kind of felt like I was being, I don't want to say disrespected, but where I felt like I was being cut off because my comments weren't going through for whatever reason. Later on, I learned that it was nothing to do with him. It was YouTube, but the point is, we kind of created this little squash, this little grudge type of deal. And now I'm talking to Jason all the time, and we're creating this, versus the drunkard. What I call myself? Damn, how did I forget my name? The foul mouth drunkard. So that was the plan. Once I decided that this was a possibility, the foul mouth drunkard versus and I'm like, man, that's gonna sell like crazy. That's gonna be so much fun. I lost a lot of subscribers from that though, and that's disappointing. I really wish I could go back and talk to the folks who unsubscribed from my channel, because some folks actually responded to me and like, hey man, I used to follow you a lot, but you seem like an asshole now because you're beefing with New Age. I'm like, I really wish they understood the situation and why that was happening, because this was good promotion for this potential line. Obviously, it was a year in advance, but like I had this mindset way back when, and now Jason and I we're talking. We're like we're working together on these different figures, right? And I've already paid, like I said, I've already paid for the figures from Sin Bodhi. So when the figures are complete, they're gonna go to Jason. I mean, it's not an issue. It was never an issue. It was just something that was supposed to be fun. And I think some folks who didn't know about us, didn't know about me, they took it to the extreme, and that was disappointing. And I lost a lot of subscribers due to it. And a lot of people that unsubscribed, I mean, they were, regular commenters, people I talk to on a regular basis, but they followed both our channels because, let's be honest, with this particular niche market, a lot of us are going to have the same followers, a lot of same viewers, right? But this was an important topic for me. Any Sid Justice figures? Oh man, Sid Justice. You know how I feel about the Galoob Sid Justice, right? Sid Justice, Galoob, my all-time number one favorite figure. I guess my number 0 favorite figure. If you had to change it up, maybe Yokozuna Hasbro has taken over as the number one figure all time, but that was my figure from childhood. That was my number one favorite all the way to adulthood, all the way to collecting. It wasn't until I started collecting that Hasbro Yokozuna took over. But with Sid Yuti being gone now, I'd have to reach out to one of his family members to actually get permission, obviously, to create any type of figures, because these aren't customs, right? These would be legitimate figures, so I wouldn't want to be sued. But hell yeah, I would love to create a Sid Vicious / Sid Justice type of figure. That would be incredible. But I'd want him to be similar to the Galoob Sid Justice. And Random Treasures, they've already done their Galoob 2-up of Sid Justice, and it's phenomenal. I got 2 figures, one black, one in blue. So would that be an overkill? I think it would. Like, I look at Latuni, right? And then I look at like Big Rubber Guys, and I think about like Andre the Giant with Warrior face paint. Both companies have a Andre the Giant with face paint, but do you want that giant machine from Latuni? Do you want the Warrior Andre from Big Rubber Guys? Personally, I think Latuni did a better job. They made him more in scale, made him much larger, which is incredible. But they're both doing the same face paint, right? So when I think about Sid Justice, I kind of feel the same way. Random Treasures, they may be customizers, but it's still a Sid Justice Galoob 2-up. And if I wasn't the original person to come up with that 2-up idea, I wouldn't want to do it. How else could you do Sid Justice? His Hasbro, open hands, slamming? Not really. That's not anything I would be interested in. Like Sid Justice Galoob. That to me is the incredible piece. That is the deal breaker. That is the perfect figure. So I would love to do Sid Justice. I just with his passing last year, I just it's not a possibility, I don't think. And going through the family. Now, Bone Breaking Action, he has sent me some information about wrestlers located locally here in Louisville, Kentucky. So could I bring up some indie wrestlers that no other company is creating? Could I sign these guys? I would love to. But I want to get my foot in the door, right? Waddy, Matthew Watson, wrestling figure. Bone Breaking Action, wrestling figure. New 80s Revolution, Jason Up, wrestling figure. None of us are wrestlers. We're just YouTubers that cover wrestling. Just like Rush Collectibles has their Chris Van Vliet figure, retro figure, right? He's a YouTuber, but he got his own figure. So why not those of us who actually cover wrestling? That was my idea. Oh, that's how I want to create my line. Create guys that nobody else is thinking about. A lot of folks constantly reach out to me about this particular line, the Maniac Riot Wrestling. So Waddy's channel does not belong to me. Waddy's channel belongs to everybody. I can say that 1,000 times. It's how I feel. I create my videos based on the viewers. I create my collection. I acquire collections based on how the viewers want them. So, with that being said, the Maniac Riot Wrestling line would not be my line. It would be our line. We're all invested. We all have preferences. And you guys know, hey, I want this character to be created. All right, awesome. Let's get it done. How can we get it done, though? Do we have to sign the wrestler? Because these aren't customs, right? They're legitimate figures. I want to make sure if we create a character that they get compensated for their image and for their particular figure. So that right there is very important to me to have actual licensing. That's why I want to work with AJ over at Latuni. You know, he has the reach. He's already started off by reaching out to these different groups and signing different guys. So that's kind of like how I want to do. I think because Sin Bodhi has already created so many figures for me, I think he would be pretty easy to work with as far as, you know, getting his own personalized figure mass produced. And any sale I make, let's say I sell it for $100, just throw out a price. $100, I can send him I can send him $10 for every figure I sell. I don't know how much it costs to produce those figures, but let's say, again, this is just an example. I've never done this, so I don't know what the pricing is, but hypothetically, let's say it costs $10 in China to produce a figure, card, bubble, etc., and I sell it for 100. I can easily give 10% to Simbodi. He designed the figure. Why not? He deserves it. You know, if I'm selling a bone breaking action figure, 500 figures sell, 10% to Simbodi, who created the figure, the 3D print, 10% to bone breaking action, you know, the figure who it's modeled after. That still leaves me 80%, right? So that's $80 per figure. So 80, that's got to be about what, $40,000, I think. 80 times 500. So if I sell it through Facebook, let's say, and, you know, Facebook friends and family, you know, let's say $10 shipping, whatever, I don't have to worry about losing money in taxes and shipping like that. So, I mean, yeah, I'll probably have to pay taxes later on when everything is said and done at the end of the year, but $80 a pop, that's 40 grand. So let's say I paid $30,000 into it. That's a $10,000 profit for me. This is what I think about. And this is what excites me because not only does it put money back in my pocket, it allows guys like Sin Bodhi, it allows guys like New Age Revolution, it allows guys like Bone Breaking Action to get paid as well, you know, for utilizing their figures. When the time comes and I want to create multiple figures, multiple variants myself, guess what? There's no additional person that you need to compensate, right? So that full amount goes into my pocket for that benefit, for that purpose. But what if I put it underneath the Latuni banner? If I put it underneath the Latuni banner, obviously I want to pay AJ for his work in utilizing his company, his factory, and so on. So what can I pay AJ? 25% maybe to help me with that information, to help me produce these figures. Okay, 25% after 40,000. Let's say you eliminate 10,000. That's 30 grand. And that means I basically would have earned back what I paid into it. For a first time go, I'm okay with that because I'm not taking a loss, right? So 25 or 500 figures to be purchased. Let's say you buy 2 molds because of the quantity. Let's say you pay $30,000 and you earn back $30,000 on your end. I'm not gaining anything, but I'm not taking a loss. At the same time, all of these people out here have these amazing figures that I created as part of my original line, and that is important. If they love what they get, hey, I could come out with a second series. But the original idea when I was creating my personal line was me in series 1, me and Bone Breaking Action in series 2 as a grudge match, me and New Age Revolution in the series 3 as a grudge match. That's what Sin Bodhi is creating for me personally. But if I do a individual Maniac Riot Wrestling line, that's not going to happen. 80s Revolution is going to have his own figure. Bone Breaking Action, individual. Me, maybe has 2 different variants because of my 2 devil looks, or I might go off of my military look. And I kind of have like 5 different variants off of that one. But I might go with my military look in series 1 and potentially use the 2 devil looks in series 2. So let's say me, 1 variant, military, Bone Breaking Action, Tourette's guy, New Age Revolution, Sin Bodhi. There's your first 5 figures from series 1. Come back in series 2. Here's my devil look with the devil face. 2 different variations of me. There's another alternate, a Bone Breaking Action action figure I would like to create. That gives you 3 figures. Who else can we come out with? Bone Breaking Action has sent me some ideas for guys, local wrestlers on the Indo circuit here in Kentucky. So maybe I can reach out to them and see what their interest level is. So it doesn't have to be just YouTubers. It could be actual wrestlers included as well. So I'm putting a lot of time and focus into this, and it's something I'm really eager to expand and make a legitimate business. But I got to backtrack because I'm always backtracking. I didn't want to use a GoFundMe, but I don't want to take another loan. I don't want to take out a $50,000 loan. I don't want to take out a $100,000 loan. I don't want to do that. I paid off all of my major debts, right? All I have left is regular household bills. So when the folks started coming in like, hey, why don't you do a GoFundMe? I'm like, not for me. That's that type of thing I want to do. I've said before, I'm very proud, right? And accepting help from others in that capacity, I don't want to do that. It's humiliating. I think many men are in the same position where if you need the help, we have to ask for it because we want to benefit the others. Like if we got a pet that we got to take care of, we want to benefit them, right? We got a family support, we want to benefit them. So we will eat the bullet in order to benefit the family, but it doesn't make it any less humiliating for those who are asking for help, especially for those, a lot of us who've been working since we were like teenagers and don't want to rely on anyone else. But this isn't just any other business, right? This isn't just asking for help. Hey, I need new groceries, or I need new clothes, or something like that, or I need baby formula. No, it's not like that. It's a legitimate business, and you guys know it's going to go to something special. So that's why I created the fundraiser, and every now and then I'm going to try and do my diligence to see what I can do to kind of put it on TikTok, Facebook, whatever. I'll probably create the same thing over and over again, try and upgrade where I can, give updates where I can, and if buyers or collectors are interested, they can donate. Like I said, it'd be so much easier if I had 50,000 $1 donations. That way, nobody's like spending a fortune, right? And I'm able to create something special for different collectors who might be interested. Oh, somebody mentioned to me that one of the things that I could include is like if you donated X amount of money, $300 as an example, include a free figure or something like that. First off, I don't want any one person to donate $300. Okay, I am not that important. All right. No matter how much you believe in this process, please do not donate $300. My buddy, he donated $10. I'm like, you know what? That is more than I could have ever imagined. $5 per person is like mind blown, amazing. If I can just get one single buck, that's all I care about. So when someone's like $300, $300, I'm like, dude, if you donate $300, forget about having to pay for a new figure. At $300, your ass is getting a free figure from me, okay? One way or another, your ass is getting a free figure from me. You're not even having to worry about, having to pay for a piece. But I got some comments here. Vintage and new. What is in your collection? Vintage WFW or more recent figs? Hey, so I think it's going to Stone Cold. All right. A little bit of both vintage and new. BB. I'm a collecting. I collect wrestling figures and Marvel comics. Yeah, BB man. Like I said at the very beginning of the video, I want to be different than other sellers. I know so many sellers out there are, hey, I'm doing a pre-order. You pay for the figure, and then you just sit around and you wait X amount of months for the figure to be produced and released. Sell over at Rush Collectibles. There was a time where I actually gave up on that company. And I was very heavy on their company. Sal, he knew that I was a big buyer from his company. He called me on the phone one day, and I talked to him, and we spent like 45 minutes on the phone one day, and we were talking, and I finally understood and got a kind of idea of where he was at as a seller. So unlike companies like, Zombie Sailors, for example, Zombie Sailors has multiple people working for the business. Rush Collectibles is just one person. It's just Sal working by himself. And he kind of went through the same factory that Mitch went through with Grapplers and Gimmicks. And that's why Grapplers and Gimmicks, when you look at like Ahmed Johnson and you look at like the original Smoke Train Charles Wright figures, like why they were crap. He kind of went through the same company. So as a new seller and an individual seller, someone who worked alone that doesn't have anybody else helping him, I kind of understood where he was coming from, and I kind of got a greater appreciation. So that's why I'm not as hard on him as some of the other buyers out there. Look, I read through Facebook, right? And there are a lot of Facebook posts where people are like absolutely destroying him. And I understand where they're coming from, like their anger and frustration. Like, hey, I pre-ordered this figure X amount of months ago, maybe even a year ago, 2 years ago. Where's my figure? On the other end, I see where Sal's coming from, where he's one person trying to do all this work by himself. But at the end of the day, I will say it repeatedly. I don't want to be the seller that gets money from my buyers and they have to wait around for 8 months to 2 years waiting for the product. If I have to spend my own personal money to buy the figures, have them in hand, post them online, hey, this is what I have available, and have my buyers buy it from there, that's what I want. So that there is no pre-order. They buy it, they get it. It's that simple. Am I going to have to change the way that I think about it? Am I going to have to change and actually start doing pre-orders so that I have the extra income to actually afford to pay for that set of figures? I hope it doesn't come to that, guys. I know I'm kind of being a dead horse when I talk about this, but oh man, that's kind of where I'm lying, right? I want to put the end where there are no pre-orders. So, but right now where I'm standing, it's a pipe dream. I got one donation, which is great. Again, thank you, Andrew. Oh man, here, I don't think I mentioned it. GoFundMe. I wanted any money I receive from GoFundMe, whether it's $10, $1,000, $50,000, $1 million, whatever, right? I wanted that money to stay in that account. And, GoFundMe, they send me an email. Hey, if you don't update your bank information by November, whatever date, 2025, the money is going to be refunded back to the buyers. Okay, cool. Set up a bank account so the money goes into. How often do you want to be paid? Daily, weekly, or monthly? Well, shoot, I don't want to be paid at all. I want this money to stay in the account so that I can pull it when I need it. If I get to $30,000, I could pull $30,000 and pay it to that factory to manufacture my figures, right? But there's no option for that. So I just like, okay, fine, monthly. But I don't want, let's say every month I get $10. Okay, I'd rather have that money sitting inside of GoFundMe because if it's like 6 months later and that GoFundMe has like $100 in it, refund the buyers or refund the donators because what $100 ain't gonna cover that purchase, right? Thank you for your donation, but personally, on a personal level, I can't financially cover that expense. I really wish that 500 people would reach out to me. Hey, man, yeah, whatever you make, I would buy, $50, $100, whatever. I would probably go to the bank and get that money to pull it. Maybe. I don't know. I think I needed like at least 30 grand, but like I said, it's so much easier to think about it for like 50,000 people, $1 at a time. But I don't want to talk about the GoFundMe because that's not the sole purpose of the discussion, right? That's not the sole purpose of the business endeavor. I just bring it up because, hey, I have done my diligence and I have created the fundraiser. So now I'm just kind of like sitting back and waiting, see what happens. But right now, I probably have one, maybe two devil figures. I got my military figure. I could probably do multiple variations. It doesn't have to be ACU. Color scheme could be any of the Army BDU or ACU, DC uniforms. We could probably change the color scheme to like Navy or Marines or Coast Guard, etc. Right? But Air Force color scheme if necessary. But because it was supposed to be based on me, I mean, I think I want to keep it to Army only, right? So I got my Army figure. I got my two different double outfits. There's two different bum breaking action figures that right now I currently have available. Jason Up, New Age Revolution, and I don't have a legitimate 3D printed figure for the Tourette's guy, but the figure that BBA sent me, incredible. I think that would make an awesome Hasbro or LJN style figure. So I definitely have ideas, and there are plans in motion. So, so much more fun to talk about the wrestling stuff than any of this other crazy stuff, right? Oh man. I'll try to look at my card here. Patio umbrella. Talked about that. New shelving. Yeah, I only have 3 items written down. New shelving, you guys know about already. I made a video about that already. New white shelving in the garage. Oh, today I'm drunk, so I don't know if I talked about it already, but from my next door neighbor, I got that brown wooden TV, 80s TV. So I put that up in the garage as well. I'm gonna find myself a Nintendo, find myself a VCR, connect those to the TV as well. And one day I'm probably gonna start doing my my video game playthroughs instead of doing it on a little small TV in the living room. Probably doing it on that big wooden TV in the garage from this point forward. And if I could ever start getting actual internet in the garage, I would love to do actual live streams in the garage as well. Even if I'm not on camera, yeah. Even if I'm not on camera, guys, the idea is set up the camera on the TV, maybe do like I don't know, like a RoboCop video game playthrough or something, and I'll just be kind of be talking and random stuff in the background. So that's kind of like the idea right now. Oh man. Do I need more cherry rum? Are we seriously at 3.5 hours again? Wow. Guys, I'm going to be honest. When I looked at last week and I saw 3.5 hours, I'm like, never again. never again will I do a 3.5 hour live stream. And literally the very next week, here I am at another 3.5 hours. I'm sorry, this was not intentional. I really wanted to keep this to about an hour and a half. You guys are absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for tuning in and for staying with me. My God, can we make it to 4 hours? I kind of feel like playtime wrestling. Playtime wrestling. That motherfucker gets on there for like 12 hours straight and does a live stream for like 12 hours. I'm like, dude, goddamn. I'm like, I gotta drink with this guy because this guy will drink me under the table. But I can't do it. I can't keep up in 4 or 5 hours straight. But here I am. I think each week that passes, I get more and more encumbered with the drinks. So, this actually smells really good. Normally I smell these like extra alcohol drinks, rum, vodka, and I don't know, tequila, whatever. And I'm like, oh, I can't do it. But I smell this rum with that cherry flavor. I'm like, this is delicious. Before I even drank anything. Sorry, cherry rum. Hey, baby. Hopefully you got some rum to drink as well, buddy. Because, damn. And man, all I can say is, thank you for setting me straight. There are certain topics that I don't want to talk about, but they just kind of come up. And thank you for getting me back on track. Oh. Oh. Still chasing alcohol with more alcohol. It's like, dude, seriously, how out are you? Oh man, I'm probably gonna get shoot. I knocked that crap out. I'm sorry, guys, but I just don't have it in me. I can't finish that off. So, at some point, I'm gonna finish this drink right here. Maybe add a few more cherry rum drinks, and that's pretty much it for me because, I mean, my mind was out of it like 5 minutes into 5 minutes into the stream. So, going 3.5 hours. I'm gonna try and break a record and try to make it to 4 hours. And there's actually some folks who tune in and they're like in like the UK and whatnot. And it's like 3, 4 o'clock in the morning and they still tune in. And I'm like, you know what? All the power to you guys. Really appreciate it. Ooh. It's your channel and you are free to say. 100%, dude. Hey, man, like I said, don't ever feel bad about chiming in, offering your advice or input. So you got me back on track, and I'm not mad at you with one bit. So 100%. If you got a topic of discussion, let me know what you're interested in, and I will pivot as necessary. Shoot, what did I do with that? Oh, there it is. I gotta keep going back and forth because patio umbrella, new shelving, toddler shoots one. Yeah, that was it. That's all. That's literally all I had this week was just those 3 items. So a lot of this conversation is basically it's just on the move type of deal. So but we're at 3 hours and 34 minutes, almost 3:35. So yeah, I would like to break a record and try to get this to 4 hours. Damn. Can I take this to midnight? That's crazy. For those that are watching on Facebook, I'm sorry, but this is your average Saturday live stream from me. I'm so stupid, man. I'm so stupid drunk right now, but it's fun. I'm sorry. My wife is at this point. I don't think she's even downstairs watching TV anymore. She's probably upstairs in the bedroom watching TikTok or something. So last week when I got off my live stream after like 3.5 hours, I was expecting to go downstairs, sit on the couch, kind of like watch TV with her or whatnot. But no, she was already done. She was out of it. She was in the bedroom, ready to sleep. I'm like, okay, works for me. So, oh man, I was just thinking, looking back at my yard, right? And I kind of said this in my video. So the videos that I made for my pool, I'm not going to post that until the pool is actually installed and complete. But I've been making like little videos saying, hey, this is what the yard looks like beforehand. Videos that showing like, hey, this is the bulldozer digging out the dirt. Here's another video showing, hey, I'm disappointed. And I don't think this was a good idea to go ahead and install a pool. Like, I'm ticked off that I made this decision. But I'm not going to post that video until the pool is actually complete, right? So at least that'll be like a ton of different videos all in one. And I'm looking at that mud in the backyard. I'm like, yeah, like I said, it's like ESPN, dirt bikers just going up and down the darn ramps, making their jumps. It's just a backyard. Went from beautiful green grass to just dirt. It's disgusting back there. I'm looking at that stuff. I'm like, did I make the right choice? I only thought this pool was gonna be put on top of the grass. I didn't think they were actually gonna dig up the entire backyard. Right? So I want a pool. And in a couple days they'll be coming back, hopefully, and completing it. But all that excess dirt, what do I do with that crap? Do I stretch it around the pool, right? And kind of create like some kind of like, I don't know, flowers or something on there? Do I just box it up and throw it away little at a time? Because there's only so much space in the garbage can, right? I'm not sure. But that pool video is probably going to be another week or so out. So let's see, today's Saturday, so maybe by Wednesday I might have a video out. Tuesday or Wednesday, maybe. I don't know. I'm just ticked off. When I look at that backyard, I'm like, this is horrible. So, and All right, so I'm trying to think if there's a. I want to take this on even 4 hours because hey, I have OCD and stopping at like 3 hours and 38 minutes is like crazy for me. So I gotta find something to talk about for the next 22 minutes. Wow. I'm probably gonna put up. I might take some photos of the backyard and be like, "This is terrible." Kind of post it to my YouTube screen, showing you guys. But like, dude, did I make a right decision? Now I know when the pool is actually installed, everything is complete. It's gonna be perfect. I'm like, yeah, this was definitely the right decision. But looking at it right now, it's horrible. So because of the rain, they obviously had to leave earlier, right? And I don't like that because there's this big mess all over my driveway. I don't like that. And the dirt. Oh my god, the dirt. It's filled in with all this freaking rainwater. They think they're gonna come back on Monday, 2 days from now, and clear that out. But I'm like, no, that's not gonna happen, dudes. That water is not gonna clear out in 2 days. So I don't know, man. Damn, I'm almost full. All right. Trying to think if there's anything else. That's about it. So I have been moving a lot of stuff from my main collection room to the garage. You guys seen the little layout, right? I've been building these pegboards and putting out new rods, new hangers, right, for the figures. And everything seems to fit like it's gonna on the back garage wall. It seems like everything's gonna fit on top of the TV. So which that's I'm trying to think if there's anything else I want to put on there. Right now it's just grapplers and gimmicks, but do I want to put zombie sailors on there? You guys know I'm not like a huge fan of zombie sailors anymore, right? Once upon a time, I used to love that company. I used to brag like crazy about zombie sailors. And over time and time has passed, I'm like, these figures suck. They're terrible. Oh my god. And I kept collecting them, hoping that things would get better. And I'm like, no, man. Like when you actually open the package, arms and wrists fall off and everything. I'm like, no, man, this is terrible. So do I want to take the figures off of the main display room, like off the back shelf, and in the storage room? Do I want to remove those figures and move them over to the garage? Because I don't want to properly display grapplers and gimmicks anymore because I don't covet that company. That's the question I have to ask myself. At this point, I'm pretty much out of zombie sailors. So I don't know. I'm kind of torn. So getting damaged by the humidity or anything else. 100%, man. When you take figures from like the garage to, or excuse me, the basement to the garage, and you go from this air conditioned room to this hot atmosphere in the garage, condensation of the packages. Now I have everything MOC located inside the actual plastic protective cases, so the condensation builds up and the protective cases become discolored and whatnot. Mm. So that's definitely a thing I've been considering, but zombie sailors, they're not really a fan favorite anymore. Like Wrestle Something Wrestlers, they're still, in my opinion, one of the most elite retro figures collections out there, but they don't have the most action figures. So, like, I have some on the back wall of my Mattel Retros, right? And then I have like loose carded figures on the shelves. So I'm thinking, you know what? I might as well change that up and put all Wrestle Something Wrestlers on the outside in the garage, all the grapples and gimmicks, because they're all, it's one company and there's no sight or no end in sight for that company. Uh is there any other company I could put out there? Right now, the Just Toys Bendums for like the WCW figures. Maybe I have those thing out there, but I might want to move those to the other side of the collection inside the garage where the Major Bendy's 4-inch figures are. So you'd have to actually watch my videos to actually see what I'm talking about for those that don't know. But again, like I keep saying, many of my viewers have a general idea of my layout because they've seen my videos. So, hey, Corey, what's up, buddy? Did you pre-order the Damien Demento and Router McGrath? Yes, I did. I think did. Man, I don't remember. Did I order one or two of those figures? I want to say that I ordered two. If I ordered two, that means I have one MOC and one package that I'll open up and display loose, right? So when that time comes, I'll actually be able to do a full-on 100% review on my actual channel. But it's going to be, so Damien Demento, he's actually one of those characters that I know a lot of fans, a lot of viewers have been asking about, like, hey, when is this character coming in? I think he has an amazing look. So I hope Grapplers and Gimmicks did really really awesome look with that particular figure. But from what I've seen online, the figure is going to be killer. And Rick Martel, I still love the original Hasbro, model Rick Martel in pink, but sort of a AWA era Rick Martel that Grapplers and Gimmicks coming out with him in all in blue. I think it's a solid figure all around. So even though I don't have it in hand, I think they're going to do an amazing job with that particular piece. So more of the jungle juice. Like I said, guys, I am not going to finish all of this. So I'm probably going to throw this in the icebox and save this for next week. Once I'm done with this, that's pretty much done with my live stream. Oh man. So we're at 3 hours and 49 minutes. So I figure 11 more minutes and we'll be good to go. I mean, 4 hours is crazy, right? I never expected to take this from 8 p.m. to 12 a.m. So 4 hours works for me beautifully. Back with was downloading ringtones. Downloading ringtones. Heights and Warriors, American Gladiators, like show. Who was that? Rick Bartel that was in that show? Hey, before. Cheers, mate. Oh, man. I really wish I had more viewers on my Facebook live stream, but I know that this is the first time I've actually dual live stream Facebook and YouTube together. So my first live show for Facebook, I think is pretty solid. I know I haven't been paying attention to you guys on this side. I'm sorry, but the last viewer I had was probably a couple hours ago, so I don't know if anybody's watching on Facebook side, but I got about 10 more minutes or so on YouTube. At about 4 hours, I'm gonna call it a day. So back before he entered WWF, consistency is key. Yeah, man. Man, bone breaking. Was it Damien Demento? Who was that? I think Kirk's Corner. So I think Kirk was the one that reached out to me and like was the first person to kind of ask about Damien Demento in the past. And not too long thereafter, like less than a year later, Grapples and Gimmicks came out with a Damien Demento figure. So I think that's pretty awesome that he was like the first person to kind of, inquire about it. And here it is. So Damien Demento in the mid 90s, I knew of him, I could say, but like this wasn't like a major character in my wrestling fandom or anything like that. So you guys know I watched wrestling to about 96, 97, and Damien Demento came out like what? 94 or 95. And I had very little, if any, knowledge of this character. So he was not a long tenured character, but one thing I will admit, Damien Demento, I kind of feel this way about many characters. Damien Demento being one, Max Moon being another, Bastion Booger, being on that list, etc. These guys may not have had long tenured appearances in WWF, but their looks were incredible. I could go for a Max Moon LJN anytime. And the fact that they're getting a Max Moon, multiple Max Moon figures from Epic Toys or from KWK figures is incredible. Getting Damien Demento from Grapplers and Gimmicks, again, fantastic. So I love getting these particular characters, outside the norm, outside of the Hasbro era of 1990 to 1994. So no issues whatsoever with these editions. Obviously, later on with like with the Gloob figures or with the Gloob line ish, the tightrope collectibles when they're creating Diamond Stud, you're raising the wrong figure. When they're creating the Paul Orndorff figure, etc. I think that stuff's gonna be amazing. So far, I got 3 different versions of PN News, and I think it's one of the best figures out there. But PN News was also an original copy of Galoob Series 3. And they ended up stopping that figure, ended up stopping that collection. Through Kevin Pelkey, I did get all of the Series 3 Galoobs unpainted. I sent them to my buddy Rob, several months ago to be repainted. And currently I'm in the process of doing the Tuesday show on WCW Gloob. I completed Series 1. this upcoming Tuesday, I'm going to be on Series 2. I'm hoping that the custom figures are painted and ready to go for Series 3. If that's the case, that'll give us an extra episode of Galoob. Otherwise, we'll probably dig into the 16-inch figures or 14-inch figures for Sid Vicious and Sting, Ric Flair, etc. And I don't have the wrestling ring. I don't have any of the championship belts. So is that it? I mean, I guess we could throw in like the Bendums, Giant Gonzalez and Lex Luger and so on, but that's just Toys Bendums, right? That's not Galoob. So that shouldn't be part of that collection video. Outside of that, guys, unless you have anything else of questions, I mean, I only got about 4 minutes left in this video. Once it hit 4 hours, I'm pretty much gonna call it a day. So, cheers. Oh man. Oh man. So, yeah, I'm pretty much done, guys. I'm trying to look at Facebook, see if I have any questions. Nope, that one looks pretty empty. So, 4 hours. Wow, I'm impressed. My average live stream goes from anywhere between 1 hour to about an hour and 40 minutes. And these two live streams has gone 3.5, and this one's going to go 4 hours. I never intend to go that long when I make these live streams. Like I said, when I make these live streams, they're supposed to be like an hour and a half long tops, but I always hate on ending a live stream too early because I like talking to you guys. I like hearing your opinions and all that. So, one last drink of my cherry spiced rum, and we'll call it a day, I guess, because this will probably do it for me. Because I have OCD, I'll probably end this stream at about 4 hours even. But try to sit, look around. So next week, I am going to try my best to try and make another dual live stream where I have Facebook here, or YouTube here, and Facebook over there. So if the case comes up where I can set up both the computers and have two dual live streams, that's what I'm looking forward to. But oh man, 4 hours! Wow, my head is heavy, guys. So I am going to cut the stream at about 4 hours even. And I don't even know how to end the live stream. Up there it is. There's an end live stream on Facebook. So hey Rick, have a good night, buddy. Yeah, I'm about to end this in about the next minute or so. Hey Mickey, thank you, buddy. I'm sorry for the extra long time, man. I know a lot of people don't want to be tuning in for no 4 hour live stream, but there's just so much stuff to go over. Thank you guys, everybody, for tuning in. And I'm gonna end this in about 40 minutes, about 30 seconds. So Hey, thanks, VB. Absolutely, brother. So once I hit 4 hours even. All right, everybody. Thank you so much. I will talk to you next Saturday. Take care, everybody.